Thanks for being here this morning. This is the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council. It is June 18th of 2026, and the first thing we will do is introductions, and we'll start with Trina.
Okay, and don't forget your microphones, everyone. My name is Trina Hedrick. I'm the Cold Water Sportfish Coordinator for the Division of Wildlife and also the Division's representative to the Blue Ribbon Council.
And I am Russ Lawrence. I am the warm water representative, or one of them, and good to be here.
Chris Penny, I'm the Northern Region Aquatics Program Manager. I'm subbing in for Clint Brunson today in case he can't make it.
Jordan Nielsen, I represent the Southeast region.
Ryan Newman, the other warm water rep.
Jayne Guyse, Northern Region.
Mickey Anderson, commercial rep.
Dan Hill, Northeastern rep.
Jim Fraser, I guess I'm here for a potential affiliation.
Dean Kreger, another Northern Region rep.
Nick Braithwaite, I'm the Southern Region Fisheries Biologist.
Okay, and then for those online, Calvin.
Good morning. I'm Calvin Black. I'm the Assistant Aquatics Manager of the Southeast Region.
Okay, Russ.
Yep, Russ Franklin with the June Sucker Recovery Implementation Program.
Thank you. Josue.
I'm Josue Hernandez, Northeast Region Fisheries Biologist.
And Rebecca. You there, Rebecca? We see you. All right. Well, it's good to have Rebecca here, though. Okay. Oh, there is. So, Rebecca, do you have audio?
I do now. Sorry, it was a setting that wasn't open, but Rebecca Granillo, cold water rep.
Okay, thank you. And Tyler.
All hands on deck. Hey guys, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, I'm actually out of town for the week. Chris was supposed to be jumping on for me. But we have a carp scenario in the Provo River for those of you that have not seen. So they're in all hands on deck as carp are migrating up the Provo like the June suckers do. And we're trying to remove as many as possible. So I'm going to jump on for a little bit this morning, but I'll probably bail and spend some more family time since I'm back in Minnesota actually right now. So.
Wow. Well, we're glad to have you here, Tyler. Always good to have you. So, anybody else online that I'm not seeing? I don't think so. Okay. And we had introductions a few months ago with Jim and Jermie, and Jermie is on a honeymoon right now, so he's not here. But we're not going to.
We gave him a bye. We figured that was okay.
So we're not going to have them reintroduce themselves again on there, but. Anyway, the one thing we do need to do is have a vote if we want to accept them into the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council.
Yeah, and I believe, Jim, you're going to be the warm water representative, and so that'd be replacing Russ. That's one of the positions we're replacing, and then Jermie was going to fill in at large, replacing Larry. So we can vote on the new chair, vice chair, and talk about a outreach committee person at the end of the meeting, but we figured we'd get this done at the very beginning. So
right now we'll take nominations, or a motion, actually. That's what I'm looking for. I knew I said that wrong. Looking for a motion.
I motion that we...
Turn your mic on, please.
I motion that we proceed with an election for both Jim and Jermie at this time.
Do we have a second? We've got a second. Okay. All in favor of having Jim and Jermie join the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, thanks.
Okay, and just for Lindy, that was Dean that motion, Dan that second, and then the vote was unanimous. And so, Jim, I will get with you and Jeremy after the meeting. You've already put in your application, so I'll just work with you guys to make sure that moves forward, and I'll let you know what else needs to be done. Okay, and then I will just jump in here real quick. So, Larry's not here. He was unable to make it. So big thank you to Larry for his 6 years of service. Big thank you to Russ for his 6 years of service. Clint picked this out for you as a thank you. So appreciate your guys' commitment. And then apparently Jordan's moving on, just completely moving on from Trout Unlimited. So a big thank you to Jordan. Didn't realize that until yesterday, I guess. But so yeah, it's a big thank you to Jordan, who actually has worked with Blue Ribbon Council for how many years? Like 18 years. Yeah, in different capacities. So that's a lot. So maybe you'll just come back and, say hi every now and again, just for old time's sake.
Let's work on making the Great Salt Lake a blue ribbon fishery.
There you go. Perfect. Okay, and then, so.
Yes, we do have another matter of business. Hopefully y'all had the chance to look at the January meeting notes or the minutes, and we need to we need to approve those minutes. Actually we'll do that in discussion here. So can I get a motion to approve the January meeting minutes?
Yeah, and I'll just pipe in. I did review them, and they looked fine to me, and I didn't get any comments or suggestions to incorporate from anybody. So hopefully y'all had a chance to review, but there was nothing else to incorporate on either one.
I reviewed them, and I motion that we approve the January meeting minutes.
Do we have a second?
Second to approve the January minutes.
Thank you. And is there any discussion to go along with that? Anybody see anything besides what's already been mentioned? No changes? Okay. All those in favor of approving the January meeting minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Thank you. Minutes pass. And now we have a special presentation, unless you have anything else, Trina.
No, let's just turn it over to Russ. It sounds like they have car troubles too. So we need to get him going. So go ahead, Russ.
Yep. Thank you. Sorry, I just stepped out as you guys can see, stepped out of the river. They've just moved down a little bit. We do have a lot of carp issues in the Provo River right now, and we're trying to, we removed about 10,000 pounds yesterday, and we're pushing more down. So I got to hop back in the river with Crockett and the rest of the folks here in just a second. No, but what we wanted to talk about and present to you guys is the June Sucker Recovery Implementation Program is soliciting nominations for our technical committee representative to sit on there. And talking with Kevin and with Crockett and with a few others, we thought it'd be a good idea to come to this body and ask for a nomination or two for it. And basically what this person would be doing would be sitting on our technical committee meetings, which are basically once a month, every month, and then just helping to craft and give recommendations as we come up with management plans and projects for the recovery of the June sucker. And so the two standing pillars of the June sucker are the recovery of the June sucker so it gets off the Endangered Species Act, while the second pillar is continue to develop our water resources. And we felt that if we came to this body and asked for a nomination or two, it would be good to have that in the mix of the selection process.
Russ, quick question. So you said that y'all meet once a month, every month. About how long are those meetings? Like what day of the week do they tend to be on?
So typically it's the second Tuesday of every second Tuesday or second Wednesday. Second Tuesday or second Wednesday of every month. I'll have to look. We were going to change it. And they average about 2 hours per meeting, maybe 3 if we're doing a lot of work. But on average, it's about 2 hours per meeting. So 2 hours per month on the second Tuesday or second Wednesday of every month.
And you guys are trying to find a kind of an angler's voice.
Yeah,
for
anglers,
that.
we've had an English voice, but just expanding it out, seeing what options are out there. I mean, as many of you know, I know Jordan's in the room. There would be no flows down the Provo River right now, other than, especially on a year like this year, other than June sucker flows. The only reason there's water in the Provo River below these diversions, it's all our water coming down through there. And so, it makes a significant positive impact on, I mean, we've seen a lot of brown trout today as we've been tossing them upstream of us going through there. And so we figured, it would be nice to expand this out and see if there is anybody who's interested with the qualifications that you guys have on the Blue Ribbon fisheries.
Russ, one more question. What time of day are those meetings and where are they held generally?
Typically, we do a hybrid format, so they're online and in person at the Central Utah Water Conservancy District's office. And on average, it's either 9 to 11 or 10 to noon. It does vary a little bit. Sometimes people have things that come up, but we try to shoot for 9 to 11 or 10 to noon.
Is anybody from this group interested, or you can even volunteer, a colleague. If you think there might be someone who fishes the Provo and just kind of knows that system and interested in serving. Oh, should we?
Yep.
Do we need him?
Trina, if I may, we do a lot of projects, a lot of research on Utah Lake, on the Provo River. Obviously, many people are aware that we've removed over 30 million pounds of carp, but we do northern pike control. We do a lot of stuff in the Provo River Delta. We've done the ecosystem monitoring on Utah Lake since 2006 with Utah State, and so we've had a lot of impact on the fisheries in Utah Lake, but also down the Provo River and in Hobble Creek. So there's a lot of flows that go down in Hobble Creek that we maintain as well.
Yeah, I think it'd be a good opportunity for someone. It might be kind of hard to find someone for a Tuesday morning, but yeah, I think that might be kind of what Ryan's thinking, but maybe yeah, right. Yeah, maybe if everyone could just think about, if you know someone, doesn't sound like anyone in this group can, but if you know someone who might be interested, maybe just take the next 2 weeks, think about it, and let me know, and then I can get that information to Russ. Does that work?
Yep, I would appreciate it. If you guys know of anybody else, maybe they're not in the, in your council or whatnot, that who we should reach out to. We're trying to cast a wide net, no pun intended, just to make sure that we want to see what's out there and how can we expand. This is really, these people are the ones who are in the community, touching a lot of the different aspects that we, as government employees sometimes don't touch.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. If everyone can just think, yeah, let me know or maybe talk to friends or neighbors and see if there's someone who out there who might be able to participate, because it's always good to have that, that local viewpoint, non-government viewpoint on councils like that. So.
What type of qualifications for people would be desirable?
Yeah, what are you guys looking for, Russ, specifically, or?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch what they asked. It was garbled.
Oh, Bill just asked what qualifications or, what kind of characteristics maybe are you looking for in a person?
Obviously a team player, someone that can get along with the group, but also that has critical thinking skills. We got a wide variety of people. We've got water users, we've got biologists, we've got, it doesn't have to be a biologist per se. We're looking at, critical thinking, but also somebody who can look at it and bring new ideas, as well as work towards the recovery goals. So it's not like we don't have a set in stone. You have to have a PhD in limnology or something like that. That's not what we're looking for. It could be somebody like that, but we are open. We're looking for more of critical thinking skills and working as a group and, life experience and things like that.
Okay. Well, thanks, Russ. Appreciate it. We'll get back with you if folks can interact and maybe find someone for you. It'd be great if we could contribute someone, but we'll let you know.
Yep, let me know, and if anybody wants to come, the carp, you can eat them now. You could always eat them, but we have plenty of carp if anybody wants to come to the Provo River today and gather some. We'll be giving them away free.
Okay.
That actually was good news this past week with the, you know, being able to eat stuff, you know, from Utah Lake.
Yep, and catfish has come down a little bit. It's still on there, but the catfish study was good too.
Awesome.
So.
We also had Bill walk in while we were doing it, and we have Larry as well. So let's have Bill and Larry introduce themselves as well. Bill, do you want to introduce yourself? Use your mic.
Good high-tech microphones, huh? Anyway, Bill Klopp, I guess I'm Central Region Rep. Good. Thanks, Mickey, for
Due to a 20-minute delay on the freeway, I'm right on time. Larry and Larson, Southern Region Rep.
Thank you. Thanks for coming up. And do you want to turn the time over to Jayne now? Is that what's next?
Yes, it is.
Soapstone work project.
Okay. Thank you, Russ. Okay, so Jayne, do you want to sit here or do you? I can't do two things at once anymore. Do you?
I can just sit here, Trina, and
Okay.
you can drive. It's only like 3 slides.
Yeah. Let me share if I can figure out how to. All right, I'm just going to share entire screen because that's the only way I can. No, not that. Okay. If I get rid of that, that's not gonna do anything, right? Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Good.
so I asked Trina if I could talk to you guys about this Soapstone Creek conservation project that High Country has gotten. You can just go to the next one there, Trina. So what this is we got a grant from TU for $10,000, and there's been various monies that TU, Kaylee Mullen is our project manager. She has gotten additional money. We're up to like 35 grand with the expectation that it'll go to 70 by month's end. My lesson learned is if you need $500, you might as well take it out of your pocket. If you need thousands and thousands of dollars, just wait for somebody to send it to you. That's my lesson learned with fundraising, which is new to me. In any case, this project is to restore 1.5 miles of Soapstone Creek. We need 200 volunteers.
Chairman, sorry to interrupt. Could you please move the microphone a little bit closer? We're having a little difficulty hearing online and getting it into the official recording. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I did. Where was I? So anyway, we need 200 volunteers spread over 4 days in August. And this is what TU estimates is needed for this work. The first work day, which is on the next slide, is August 8th. That's on a Saturday. And then there is August 12th, 14th, and 15th. So 200 folks on the first day, and then 25, 25, and 25. We have a project plan, and we currently have about 45 volunteers that are already signed up. We've cast a really wide net, which includes, Trina posted it on the Blue Ribbon site for us. I'm working with Tyler to get it out to DWR, and I just listed the groups that we had contacted there. It's all over the map. I mean, really, I've invited my neighbors, my aerobics girls, my coffee club, everybody. We're getting anybody, that we can find. There will be tasks for every person with whatever physical ability, so you don't need to think you need to carry 4 shovels at 8,200 feet. a mile, that there will be jobs for people that's not that. We're going to build beaver dams, cut the heavy equipment, we'll do some grazing and put posts for the beaver dam analogs. We'll cut the willows, we'll weave them, we'll sow native seeds, stake willows, that kind of thing. The sponsors of the project are Ross Reels and Coors. I'm not saying there's free beer, but I am putting that thought into people's mind in case that makes a difference to you. So the reason I was talking to you guys about this is I'm hoping that you might know people or groups that I haven't already contacted that you could talk to me about. I can contact them and use you as a reference, or I can send you the information and you can send it out to them. We're just casting as wide a net as we can, because 200 volunteers it's actually quite a lot. Groups that gather volunteers regularly have told me, oh my word, Jayne, we don't get 200 volunteers an entire season. I didn't have that experience, so I didn't know. Yes?
Is this something that would be an approved dedicated hunter program? That's another group.
I'm working with Tyler.
Are you incentivized to do it?
I'm working with Tyler to get that posted, and Mike Slater also offered to help get it, set up as an approved dedicated hunter. Part of the reason that seems appealing for them is it's going to be an 8-hour workday when you count drive time and all of that. So I forgot to say that the primary purpose of the project is to keep the ash and debris from the Yellow Lake fire out of the headwaters of the Provo. And so as bad as it is that we didn't have much of a snowpack this year, it's been a huge benefit to keeping that out for now. Were you going to say something, Trina?
I was just going to say that this is a high priority for the division through the Aquatic Collaborative Alliance, I think is what it's called, right? Because it's TU, it's a Forest Service, it's Division of Wildlife. So it ended up being such a high priority for us. So this is just probably one component of that project. So it would, if they need help getting that on the dedicated hunter site, or if they need me to do it, I just need to let me know. So yeah, we'll just get it done, because it's high priority.
I mean, since you have said that, it probably just got to be your task.
Okay, I will make a note.
And I'll let Mike and Tyler know, okay? Thank
Tyler's
you.
on. You guys don't have to worry about it.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think I have one more slide that's similar to this one. Oh, no. This is where I stole Marty Howard's idea. We presented to all the TU and FFI clubs around at their last meetings. And Marty suggested that his August trip, his August outing for his club, he would make it a combo work and fishing outing. So these are the work days, and if you want to combine it with a camp out or some such for fishing, you could work it in there. I looked into getting a group site, but I didn't steal Marty's idea in time to do that. So you'll just need to find your own camping site. But I also found this little happy thought on conservation online while I was looking for this. So just look at all of the benefits of volunteering. It's amazing. Profound sense of purpose, therapeutic mental health benefits, like we couldn't all use that, right? Deep community connections, and just immense joy. So there you have it. The High Country website has a sign up on the activities page, and I really, really, really would love any help or input that you guys might have for other groups that we may not have contacted. And this is only on the Provo River side. I believe there is a TU separate project because the Yellow Lake fire burned over the ridge. There's a separate project that is led by another guy whose name I'm not going to be able to come up with.
Braxton New.
Yes, Braxton. And it is on the Duchesne side. Did I miss anything, Jordan, that you would add? It's a big project for High Country, and we're calling in all our favors. Okay.
So just as a note and to give credit where it's due, this money doesn't come from TU. This was a donation to TU from Ross Reels. They did a collaboration with Coors and sold a whole bunch of reels that had the Coors logo on it. And they were wildly popular. They sold out almost immediately. I had people calling me asking if we could order them. But they selected 4 watersheds where they wanted to, where Coors and Ross Reels wanted to put money through the Embrace a Stream program with Trout Unlimited. And the Provo River was one of those spots. So that's how this started. The money came through the Embrace a Stream grant, but there's also funding from Forest Service and I think WRI. So it's multifaceted. It grew big, quick.
It did. We're excited to be part of it.
Just a quick question. So 200 people, like you said, is a lot of people. How many people will you have there to kind of oversee the groups of individuals doing the different tasks and so forth? And the reason I say that is because I've done a bunch of these projects similar and have led them, and it still can be challenging even with the smaller groups just to make sure that they get those willow plantings in the ground correctly and properly, because you don't want to go through all that work and not have it work.
Right.
So it's kind of crucial to have people there that know that aspect of it.
So Trout Unlimited is on point for the training. Kaylee Mullen. The thinking is we will divide these people into groups of 4, primarily because 4 people can get in a vehicle. So the parking is kind of a problem. But we're going to divide them into groups. People get to choose their group, whether they want to do a BDA or a willow staking or sowing seeds. Well, we were thinking that we would need teams to make sure everybody who goes in actually comes out. But the Forest Service is on point for that. TU has made those sorts of arrangements. But the idea is that Kaylee will help train some of us that are putting the project together, and then we will train people who train the smaller groups. But the idea is 4 to 8 people is much more manageable than, so there's, the big day is 100, and that's on a Saturday. And I won't say that we've worked out all the details of that, but that's our current thinking, is that as we contact every volunteer closer to time to make, partly for the lunch count, but just to know who's going to be there, is that they will have chosen their area to work in. And the plan is to have trainers that train folks. Jordan.
Yeah, let me add just a little bit to help clarify, Russ. So Trout Unlimited will probably have 4 staff there. Sageland Collaborative is also helping organize volunteers, and they'll probably have half a dozen. Then we'll have a couple Forest Service people. I believe we'll have some Division of Wildlife, but I'm not 100% sure on that. So there will be plenty of professional restoration practitioners there that'll help train and organize. So I think it'll be all right.
This sounds like a great project. The only thing, and it might have been on that last slide and I missed it, but make sure you invite the media. Try to get some media coverage out of this. And I know Ross and Coors would appreciate that too.
One question, as a newbie, HCFF, you said they could sign up on their activities site, but I don't know the rest of FF on HCFF.
High Country Fly Fishers. Sorry about that.
I should have figured that out.
Just hcff.net is the URL, easiest URL.
And then Jayne mentioned it, but I did add it to y'all's volunteer form, so I'll just bring that up real quick. So yeah, it's down here. And the link, so if you just click on that, and so Jim, you don't have access just yet, but I'll make sure that you have access. But it probably would just be easier to just take a look at the URL at this point. Can you guys see that? No. Okay, so I need to switch over to share this tab instead.
So about the media and having the media there on the day of the event, we have some media contacts, like for on-air interviews, and we've been in the park record and that kind of thing. But do you know how I would get, like, the news media there? Maybe you do. Maybe I'm asking the wrong person. And my TV star is right here.
Yeah, that's right. But the DWR also has lots of contacts too in their outreach section, and I don't know if that's, if you can make a call to them and just get some pointers and contacts and things like that.
We have a great communications guy at Trout Unlimited too that'll be putting it out to reporters.
Yeah, I think I'd rely on TU for this one because, like, if we do a press release, which we could, then it just goes out, and if someone decides to pick it up, then we do an interview, that kind of thing. But you guys can push the issue a little bit more, I think.
Yeah, and we won't do a press release. We'll make personal invitations to reporters to come up and check it out.
Yeah, that'll be good. It'd be good to get them out there. So you guys can't see it's highcountryflyfishers.com. So pretty easy. So that's the website that'll take you to, and you can sign up and find out more information too. So.
And I do have Adam Eagle on the list. We tried to get with KSL through a different channel, but they didn't pick it up. So Adam is on my list to reach out to too, and he has a calendar and that kind of thing.
Any other discussion or questions? Seems like a good opportunity to get out and get that helper's high. Isn't that what? That's right. The helper's high.
That's right. And remember the mental health benefits and extreme joy.
Extreme joy.
Which you may need after participating in a Blue Ribbon meeting.
Aww,
oh, I'm just kidding.
Boo.
All right, the next discussion item is waters for reevaluation, and the scoring criteria, the forms, all that. And Trina and Chris are here to help us with that.
Yeah, so I figured, Chris, I'd just walk through, let's just share the site and remind everyone where to find everything and what we're going through, and then maybe you could talk a little bit about the fisheries themselves. We've talked a little bit about it already, but I figure it doesn't hurt to remind and try and drive it home. So I'm going to share the Blue Ribbon site. Is that coming up? Yes. Okay, and I'm going to have to switch to like 500 different screens as we work through this. But so this is, every member should have access to the site. Again, Jim, I'll make sure to get this shared with you as well. So this is, you can go from the home screen to the second page is the water body scoring. And this is what you'll see. The criteria can be found here. And then I just have the list of the waters. Again, don't forget there's volunteer opportunities to go to Bear Lake. I think there's some netting coming up in July and then again in October. So October's kind of cutting it kind of close because the scores are due the 22nd of October. But if you can get out in July, I was thinking I might try and make it out in July since I had to miss the April netting. So if you click on the links to this, I'm going to share this tab. What it brings up is the Fish Utah app. And so just a reminder really overall, because I think this is a really good app and a good resource, and I don't think we hype it near as much as we should. But this will give you probably all the information that you need to prepare for a trip, right? You can get directions. You can look at the regulations. There's a seasonal forecast that Emily looks like she'll probably be updating pretty soon, because it's not like a fishing report necessarily. It's just kind of what to expect for the season. You can download the stocking data. You can look at all the access points and what kind of resources that you'll find there. So if you click on any of those links on the site and it'll take you to that particular water bodies page on the Fish Utah app. I'm gonna go back to this. And as a reminder, you can submit your scores for a water body rating if you fished at any time in the last 2 years. So before I take away your access.
I did it this morning.
Oh, perfect. Good job. So yeah, anyone can do this, if you fish in the past 2 years, and when you're ready to rate them, you'll just go to the form and the link's just there, and it basically brings this up, and you'll put in your name, email, and then have you fished Bear Lake in the past 2 years? You're going to say yes, and then it'll take you to the series of questions. And I'm going to go back and I'll pull up the criteria so you can see what questions it's going to ask you. Remember, that was on that page. So it's called the Hepworth Walker Scale, and where it comes from, it sounds like it was quite the process. Jordan and Nick could probably tell us a lot more about the process, but it was a pretty in-depth process to get this finalized. The background is that there's 3 components of a fishery. There's the fish population itself, there's the habitat, and then there's the access, right? The people. That's part of a fishery. So all of these questions kind of tie back to that concept of the 3 different aspects of a fishery. So size and number caught. Not every blue ribbon fishery is going to have monster fish, right? There is a trade-off there. Sometimes a place is special because it has faster fishing. So you may not be able to score both of these, the highest possible, and that's fine, right? Like not every water is going to be like a Calder reservoir. Fish population characteristics, this is just kind of talking about a unique aspect of the fishery that might draw people to it and make it a cool place. So Clint is actually going to rank this one just because he's probably going to know more about all of the different aspects. Harvest potential, I do want to point out that a lot of our anglers do like to harvest. That sometimes is what makes a place like a destination fishery. There's a difference, though, to be able to score highest. Yeah, you can see that. Water is not catch and kill. So the 2 highest, right, where you're highly likely to achieve your desired harvest, or you're likely to, if the water has a catch and kill, that means there's been an illegal introduction typically, and so that's going to influence the fishery. So maybe that's going to drop the score a little bit lower. So if it's not a catch and kill, you can give it these 2 higher scores. And that goes all the way down to, you're just unlikely to achieve desired harvest. Habitat would be the next one. So, is there physical habitat improvements needed? If you have any questions on that, you can always ask Clint or Josue if it's a Diamond Mountain fishery. And then management initiatives, Clint and Josue are going to answer that just because they're going to be more aware of whether there's a change in stocking that we've identified as being needed, a fishing regulation change, that kind of thing. And then access, you'll respond to shore access. Is there adequate shore access? A lot of times we just don't have really developed shore access, and so it's a percentage of the water body that's accessible, and then boat access. So is it sufficient? It's there, but it's insufficient. Like maybe it's just not an improved ramp, and it should be based on the fishery, or just no access. And then sometimes for access, sometimes a water body is accessible, which maximizes the quality of that angling experience, and sometimes it harms it, right? So maybe there's just too many people or overcrowding, and sometimes it's really difficult access, and that maximizes the experience too. There was a water body in the Book Cliffs, Willow Creek. It's no longer Blue Ribbon, but it was, and it was like 2 hours to get there, and you had to know exactly where you were going. You had to hike in and make sure you went the right direction, but you would never run into anyone there, and that was part of the experience, right? And I don't know why that was removed from the list, but it was. But yeah, so that's the difference there, right? Sometimes access helps, sometimes it hurts. And so that's an acknowledgement, and that's going to be very water body specific. And then you'll rate it on setting, whether or not it's aesthetically pleasing, whether or not there are amenities, it's whether or not, multiple groups or types of social groups might enjoy that water body. And then Clint is going to do water quantity and water quality because he's going to know more about that. So that's the criteria that was set. Are there any questions on that? If there are, as you go through it, like you don't have anything now, but you do as you go through it, just let me know. I know it can be kind of confusing and, or maybe it just doesn't make sense or whatever. So just feel free to give a call as you're going through it. Not a problem. But if you have anything now, we can discuss it and kind of go through it as a group. No? Okay. Well, that makes that easy.
I would just ask, though, what's the hardest question that is on that for everyone to, grade? Do you have a question, or are they all easy to you?
I'd say for me, the hardest question is that accessibility around the shore. If like the percentage, I mean, when you walk up to some place like Matt Warner, I mean, I didn't go all the way around, but I happened to walk up to a place that was easy, but I don't have any idea if all of it's like that, or, so I kind of winged it on that part.
Totally fair on that question too, because I think about like Pineview, for example. Does it have good access? Well, that kind of depends on what you know and so forth. So anyway, that is a challenging question. It really is.
Yeah, that's a good point, because not everyone's going to necessarily know all the accessibility, right? So if you do have any questions, definitely use Clint and Josue. But I think that also could be part of what you're rating, right? Like, do we put the knowledge out there so that you can figure it out? And if we don't, we probably at least need to know that, even if you don't necessarily score it down because of that. But you could, right? Like we should be signing things adequately, and if we're not, we probably need to know that, getting that information out there. So definitely use Fish Utah as a resource. I don't know if we tackle shore fishing adequately in that, but again, if we aren't doing that, we should probably be doing that. The harvest one, people have kind of struggled with that, it seemed like too. That's why I pointed that one out, having that must kill or not having the must kill. That's the difference between those top four categories.
Yeah, but even as you drive down into there, I mean, some of this is knowledge as well, knowing people that fish these different water bodies. But I look at myself, though, and I try to put myself in there, and I don't make any claims to be a very good fisherman, actually, overall. And so for me to actually catch a limit, that's really on me. So I try to average that out upon what I know about other people and just reports that I see and so forth. So I don't know if that's the right way, but
no, that's a good point. I did mean to mention that, right? Because that kind of goes to, it's also not necessarily if it's the one time that you fished it in the 2 years and that's what you're using to rate it. If you could find out other, just information from other people too, right? Because it's not about a one-time fishing trip. We all know that sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not good, right? And so using one day is maybe not the best measure, but yeah, if you could talk to other people, that definitely helps too. So kind of the same thing. If you don't catch that many fish in a day, on that particular day, so you couldn't have harvested a limit that day, but that, there are times when people definitely can, then try to take that into account. For sure.
So one other thing, there's the question where there's 5 different things that a water body might have, and that's handicap access and so forth. You take like the Weber River stretch that we're looking at, you're not going to have really a lot of those factors on there. So, some of those questions just are going to get somewhat of a lower score, but that's inherent on a lot of the stream access and so forth. Kind of depends on where you are. If you go to an area that's all, say, U.S. Forest Service property, you're going to have more access to that kinds of stuff, whereas like that Weber River section's all private. So, and you just have these walkovers, that you're dealing with. So, yeah, I you just answer it the way you see it, and the way it is, and so don't stress if one of those markers don't score really high. And that's same with the water body, the habitat projects that we look at all the time. They're not always going to score, the highest. But luckily we have, DWR that helps to screen that and help, because they know the realities of those two.
Yeah, that is a good point, and I think that's hard for folks to understand that not every project is going to score out high in every category, and that's okay, because it's especially with the rivers, that's accounted for in like the total scoring. Any questions on the logistics part of going in and doing your rankings? Again, they're due October 22nd. That should give me plenty of time. If not, we can, Chris, do you want to chat a little bit about the waters themselves and what people can expect?
Sure. I'm not quite sure what level of detail to go into. I haven't done this before, but okay. Feel free to prod me for more info or if you got questions. So I'm going to start with an easy one, which would be Bear Lake. To go into what Trina mentioned, like not every water has like loads of fish. Bear Lake's one of those. It's big and it's got a lot of fish over the square mileage that it has, but it's what we call it a oligotrophic water, which means very low nutrients. Low nutrients means you're not going to have tons of fish, when it comes to density of the water. So our fish in Bear Lake are big. They're generally older, and they're generally lower densities. That doesn't mean you can't have a good day, though. You can generally catch a decent amount of fish, but just don't expect them to be leaping into the boat at all times at this water. Like a lot of Bear Lake is big fish and big, beautiful landscape in the background.
My experience with Bear Lake is you have to be very, very patient, but when your rod bends, get ready to be really pleasantly surprised what you reel in.
Absolutely. I mean, to go into the species, we got Bear Lake cutthroat trout and lake trout are going to be the main ones that are caught. Bonneville whitefish are another, but when it comes to the Bear Lake cutthroat trout, I mean, they're some of the monsters of the West when it comes to cutthroat trout up there alongside Lahontan's, and so they're generally pretty big. Same thing with the lake trout. We don't grow them as big as Flaming Gorge, but we've got good opportunities there for fish that are, 30 plus inches. A lot of the ones that are caught, though, are going to probably be around mid-20s for an average fish. When it comes to summertime, fish are starting to move deeper. They're at Bear Lake, so boat access is generally preferred. There's not as much that's near shore or inshore. I also suggest trying to fish a weekday if you can. Bear Lake in the summertime can get pretty crazy with tourism and recreation, so that's another one. When it comes to early fall, I saw deadlines that October 21st, 22nd. Fall can be really good. Fish start moving inshore, so you can catch cutthroat trout, lake trout inshore at those times. Go big, when it comes to bait and lures generally. So these fish are big. They'll take big lures. And then just as Trina mentioned, feel free to reach out to the biologist. Our biologist is Emily Wright. Similar to the other special projects in the state, like that is her main focus of work. She does other stuff in Rich County and Box Elder for us, but she spends probably 50 to 75% of her time working and managing Bear Lake, so she's a wealth of knowledge when it comes to that. So, any questions on that one? Okay.
Carp fishing can be pretty good.
It can. They're highly visible too, aren't they? So they're pretty close to the marina a lot of times and not too hard to find.
Pretty fun to fish for them in the marina, but yeah, don't get caught.
All right, next one I'll do the Two Rivers, and then Pine View's probably the least straightforward right now. That one's going to be a little bit of a tangle to discuss. Let's do Logan River. That one's high quality brown trout fishery is what we're going there, and then it's got a really nice fluvial native cutthroat trout component where this is really a stronghold for basically a large meta population of cutthroat trout, where we've got them connected to a lot of springs and streams and tribs that flow into the Logan. I don't have a whole lot of sampling data. At least the stuff I do have is a couple of years old when it comes to this one. We have a good partnership with Utah State University, being out of Logan. They actually take on a lot of the sampling there when it comes to the fishery. But brown trout fishery is solid, same as the cutthroat trout fishery. Brown trout are going to be more abundant of the two. This one is a special reg water. It's going to be artificial flying lure only for that one. And as far as timing of fishing goes, summer is a good time with this one. It's a largely unregulated river. You don't have a lot of dams or irrigation diversions on it, so flows stay pretty steady. Right now, I think they're running about 200 CFS is what I last saw. So, any questions on that one?
I'm just going to add, if you haven't fished it, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
It is just truly magnificent, and the access is quite easy, actually, overall. There's access everywhere. As the road parallels most of it, so
that's a good point, Russ. And I mean, that's my opinion is I'm biased, but Logan Canyon I think is one of the most beautiful in the state to drive through and to fish, and so that's part of what makes this unique opportunity.
And you do have really good canopy over this river too. So there's a ton of shade on this. So it's a great time to get out in July or any time.
Yeah, plus students are not on campus as much, and so you got less competition to fish, and so it's good overall. So next is the Weber River. This is the stretch between Rockport Reservoir upstream and then Echo Reservoir downstream. This is the Blue Ribbon stretch. We call this Section 7 when we do our monitoring. It's really high quality trout fishery. Clint, since he wasn't here, wanted me to continue to pump, especially if Central Region people, usually when they're around. Our average size of brown in this section is about 17 inches. So compared to, I think, what was it, like 10 inches on the Provo. So we got good densities of large fish here. This is a good section. They are pumping out a lot of water right now due to the drought. So Rockport's releasing about 400 CFS, and that's probably going to continue through irrigation season. So it's going to be a little swifter, tougher water when it comes to fishing. If you want lower flows, just the way the year is going, what water distributors have said is flows are probably going to end for irrigation around August 15th. So it's going to be an early year. That could change if we get some storms, but that's what the prediction is. So this one, Russ, you mentioned like the crossovers. That's largely what you're going to be seeing for access along this stretch of river. But it's actually pretty straightforward. Like, you find where the crossovers are at. You can find that on that Fish Utah website. Basically go to those. You end up walking over the crossover, sign in, and then access is pretty good. There's quite a few access points in this part of the river. So.
And I'd say it's been a while since I've worked for the division, but I worked that stretch quite a bit, putting in structures and things like that. And some's worked pretty well. Others, depending on the land uses, depending if we were able to exclude cattle or whatever it was, depends on the conservation easement that got put into place or what agreement was in place at the time. But what I really wanted to say here is you have a chance to catch a lot of whitefish in this ridge as well. So
that's a good one to add.
Depending on how you fish it.
Yeah, so what's the purpose of having it at 400 now and then shutting it off in August? And in August, is that going to go down to the 40 winter flows? And what would it do to the temperatures if it does go down to 40?
That's a really good question, Mickey. So a lot of that, I think, is to basically manipulate water throughout the whole irrigation system. Right now, they're pushing a lot of water down to Echo and then they're pushing water down to Willard. This is all tangled up with Pineview as well right now, where Weber Basin, the main water distributor there, is shuffling water around as they're going to have to empty Pineview out mostly. And so flows are a little bit higher there, but also we're just kind of starting to reach that hot, dry period. But I think a lot of it is really starting to shuffle some stuff down from up high to compensate. So I don't know what to expect for flows after that, but it very well could be that they go down to the lower flows. Hopefully not 40 CFS. We can also talk with Weber Basin about that on our end to make sure things don't get too hot, because that could be devastating, in August. So nice thing is at least it's a bottom withdrawal with a lot of the water out of Rockport, so what does come out is going to be cold right from the get-go. So that's a really good question point. So all right, now onto the one that is a tangled mess in Pineview. Well, let's talk that one. I don't know where to start on this one, Trina, but all right. So, there's a lot going on with Pineview right now. I'll talk about like the access and other things in a moment, but just to kind of set the stage and lay the scope. Ogden City has a pipeline that runs underneath the reservoir. For those that are familiar with it, it's close to the north arm. It's between the port ramp launch site and between Browning Point. That pipeline basically is to an artesian well off Browning Point, and that goes under the reservoir, down the canyon, Ogden Canyon, and down to the city of Ogden, where it provides water for, I think it's 60 to 80% of residents. This is culinary water. That pipeline's, I think, 65 years old. They've been wanting to replace it for a long time. They've got the money now, and basically with the drought year, they want to capitalize on that so the reservoir doesn't have to be drained down unnecessarily. In a year where we have more water. And also, Ogden City doesn't want a humanitarian crisis where they don't have water for their citizens. So this is a major need and something they need to do, and they have the rights to do it based on agreements that were made before Pineview was even created. So that's going to happen this year. What it's going to involve is I'm not going to say a rapid drawdown. They've actually started already, even though word hasn't gotten out to the public on this one. But the writing's kind of on the wall. What they're going to need to do is draw the reservoir down even below normal in order to get this work done. So they're working on relatively dry ground in that area between Browning and Port Ramp. It is going to be drawn down to about 2% of reservoir volume, which is pretty big. We have seen it before back in the 90s when there was work that was done on the dam. We don't anticipate any visible fish mortality based on what we've seen previously and experienced previously. What we do think is there's probably going to be a lot of panfish that are flushed downstream during all the evacuation of flows. We've seen that before in other years. There is also going to be a concentration of fish, so a lot of young fish are probably just going to be lost because they don't have cover. So we anticipate rebuilding for several years after this, and do have experience with that and have done it before. So that's what we're up against there. When it comes to this fishery right now, our goals, as far as management goes, is a trophy tiger muskie fishery or a destination tiger muskie fishery. So we draw people from all around the nation already on this one. It's not uncommon to have fish that are 50 plus inches caught. Last year we had a couple of them. This year we've started off with two kind of upper 40s, like 48 inches already. And there's lots of fish that are in the 30s and 20s as well, and even the low 40s. So we kind of run the gauntlet on that. We manage a great tiger muskie fishery there. On top of that, we got a really quality smallmouth bass fishery, and then we've always been a really good pan fishery for black crappie and yellow perch. So that's what we got there. Pineview, as maybe has been mentioned, is a very high recreational traffic fishery. You don't want to be out there that much in the middle of a summer day, especially on the weekend. So this is the one to fish early. And with that drawdown, if you're going to go rank it, I would suggest doing it soon because water's going down fast. We've run some calculations, and Anderson Cove, which is one of the two main ramps that's open right now, we're predicting it'll be out of the water in about 40 days. Cemetery Ramp will still be open for a little while longer. We don't have a good estimate on that one just because we don't know how far down the concrete goes and haven't seen it out of water in previous years. I don't know what I did and didn't cover there, but that kind of lays the stage for where we're at.
I do have a question, Chris. We've discussed this in detail. What is the status of the situation with the concierge, the Forest Service, and making it a state park? I haven't seen any advertisements. I get a lot from Blake Moore concerning reelecting him. Not once in any of the communication has he mentioned anything about it. We have another politician that has written a paper about it. Please enlighten us.
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. The concierge has been a point of friction for a number of years, I know, for a lot of users of the reservoir. There was a little bit of movement in the legislative period where it was put actually into you're Mr. Legislature. It was not a bill that had teeth to it. It was a resolution, right? Okay. It was put into a resolution that was one of the things they were going to chase after when it came to getting land for the federal government. Other than that, state parks has definitely expressed a lot of interest in getting into state park, which actually is a 180 from their stance several years ago. So there's a little bit of momentum, but not a ton at the moment. What I can say is during this drawdown, there are going to be a couple good stories that are coming out of it. One is Port Ramp is finally going to get renovated, which has been needed for 10 to 15 years now. So Forest Service finally got the money to do that. That's going to happen. Ogden City's going to get their pipeline culinary water fixed. And then on the division end, one of the things that we're going to engage in is Clint's talked to you guys in the past about all the habitat work that we've been doing, but we're going to have a chance to re-engage with that and get a lot of habitat in, perhaps even have the chance to get other funds. And we're probably going to get to do it in the dry, meaning do it when the ground is frozen over, which will allow us better placement, a lot of that habitat, and being able to choose really where we get it. So that's the best I can answer your question. So a little bit of movement, but not a ton.
Clint has his hand raised. He might have something else.
I didn't know you were here. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Thank you, Clint.
He was in the second tier. I had to bump him up to the first tier. So
she had to give me special privileges, so you get to see my lovely face today. Hey, thanks for letting me be on. Sorry I can't be there in person today. Anyways, Chris has covered a lot of the nuts and bolts. And I know there's some concerns, and Dean, you raised a good one. I know that the president of Muskies Inc. has pushed Representative Moore pretty hard in his office. He's met with state parks director and really has had some really good conversations. So, we have to be cautiously optimistic at this point. But as it stands right now, we're farther along in a state park process for Pineview than has ever been as we've ever traveled. So it's a good place to be in right now for us. And we're trying to play Switzerland, but we are also, relying on Blake and his group to kind of just push and lobby further and further towards that state park possibility. Chris mentioned a bunch, some numbers that were worked up. Taylor sent us some figures this morning. We had a meeting with Pineview, the engineers, Ogden City yesterday. So on my side of things, I will ask Blue Ribbon for some money for some habitat. Probably this next round, I have engaged with the city and BOR. We have Don Wiley, who is the coordinator in Salt Lake, kind of Trina's sidekick, if you want to say that. Anyways, he's a coordinator over all the habitat and wildlife migration work on the aquatic side. And him and I have put together a MOU to be signed, Bureau of Reclamation, and that will go to them, probably to the Forest Service and Ogden River water users, so that we can place these structures. And one of our goals, like Chris talked about a little bit, is, we're going to try to get as many on the ground as we can. But I was trying to commit Ogden City for the next 5 years to helping us, provide more habitat on the bottom of Pineview and those 3 arms, so we can have better survival and start building that panfish fishery back. Our hatcheries have done a fantastic job of figuring out the recipe for growing tiger muskies. Our success as of yesterday, Taylor was talking about survival at about 70% for our 10-inch tigers that are going in, based on what we have tagged and have telemetry transmitters in right now. So really good survival. We can get those back in. We are concerned about losing some fish as they drain this, whether that's down the river to Willard or, you know, just down the river and into pipes and ditches and those kind of things. So, but again, we're trying not to have a knee-jerk reaction. We have put in place and sent to Trina emergency regulation changes to allow a double limit of fish for bass, both species of bass, crappies and perch, and allow the harvest of a tiger muskie if an angler so desires, with no length restrictions. We've over the years seen tigers all the way to Willard and out into the marsh, so they escape through the turbines or whatever. So we may lose more fish that way than we do with anglers harvesting fish. So, but just to reiterate, you know, Ogden City doesn't have to do, like, they don't have to work with us at all. And they've told the group numerous times they have the water right to drain it as low as they want to at any time. And they're trying to use this poor snowpack and poor water year to their advantage. And we knew that it was coming this year or next year. But with the winter that we had, they decided to go ahead with this. So we're going to try to make as best lemonade as we can out of the lemons that we've been given. So if you have questions, clearly, you know, Chris can answer them, but I'm here too. And I'll try to be here the rest of the day as well. So
Thanks, Clint and Chris. So I guess I just have one question. Is this maybe not the year to review Pineview then? Should we hold off this year?
I'll chime in, and Clint, I'd be interested to hear your opinion, but I got mixed feelings about it. I mean, on one hand, fish are going to start getting concentrated. Fishing's already good. So, but what you're going to be ranking is something that's probably not going to be the same next year. Like, we are going to be in a rebuilding phase for a good 5 to 10 years on some of these species, is the thought. I mean, we're not going to lose everything, but rebuilding numbers is going to be the game that we're up against. So,
and I also think it's important to realize that the criteria covers more than just the fish aspect. So I think it would be important, you know, that they rank it personally, but that's just my opinion.
I would say if you have the opportunity within the next 3 or 4 weeks, that will probably be your best time to do so. As we talked yesterday, not knowing what drawdowns and stuff are going to look like and how fast they're going to happen. But Taylor's numbers is it's dropping about 3 inches a day. So every 4 days is another foot. It makes shoreline access, if you don't have a boat, it makes shoreline access very difficult because it's going to be really muddy. It's not a slow drawdown as it has been in normal years where you can fish a shoreline just walking it. You can get on that shoreline right now and fish it. And like Chris said, early and late are kind of the best times. I prefer early versus late because there's still boats out until it gets dark, but there's usually not too many boats early in the morning. But if you can't make it until then, and I know that Terry's contacted me, and Terry, I really apologize. I gave you a lot of information, not exactly knowing how this was all going to shake out. So, but if you get there and cemetery is still open, which it should be, I would fish it. I'd evaluate it. Just like Chris said, next year, the next few years, it will be a little different. But we have the recipe of making this work. So I'm not worried that it's not going to rank, come back to blue ribbon status within the next 4 or 5 years. But if you guys feel as a council that you want to hold off and reevaluate it and put it on, your potential list, so I can still ask and beg money from you, I'm okay with that too. We know the potential. We know what we have. We know what we need to do. And we have some partners involved that are willing to give us some money. We have a way better source and communication than probably happened in 1992 when this was drawn down the first time. So our turnaround hopefully will be shorter. We'll get better, a better return on our fish. Tigers had been in the reservoir for a year when they drained it. So, and I think we have everything we need to make it work. It's just going to take a little bit of time. So like I said, you got the next 4 or 5 weeks and you got it planned already, go for it. And if it is when you wanted to go in September, because that's my favorite time to fish it, and you had that blocked off, probably change your plans, because it's going to be hard to access, if you can even access. We're kind of anticipating by, I think Chris said by 15th of September, that they're going to be at the elevation that they need to be, which is about 48, just about 48, 40, 48, 39, I think is what they're shooting for. So, anyways, that's kind of where I'm at, and take it as that. But if the council wants to put it on potential list, I'm okay with that too.
Well, thanks, Clint. I just wanted to ask the question, just get y'all's thoughts. But go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah, I have one question, one comment. Question, as they draw that water down, do you know what is happening with that water, where it's going and where it's going to stay?
Yes, so that water will all go to Willard.
Okay.
They're going to hold it. They have the capacity to move 700 CFS through their canals from the diversion at 17th Street. That Marriott Slaterville diversion, they can move 700 CFS to Willard. So their idea is what's left in Pineview is what is kind of the rest of the space that's in Willard.
Okay. Yeah, that was the next question. Is do they have space in Willard?
Yeah.
Just because there may be an opportunity for Ogden City to participate in some Great Salt Lake programs there, and maybe offset the cost of putting in the new pipeline with water. So anyway, as I'm moving on to have that kind of thing in mind, there may be some opportunities to work together. Cool. So the comment then is we've suspended blue ribbon designation several times in the past when something happens, and I would say right now we evaluate it as a blue ribbon, and then next year if we're in a rebuilding phase and Clint and Chris come back and say this isn't a blue ribbon right now, then we suspend it, put it on a potential list, and but for now we evaluate it as is.
That sounds good. So make sure let's touch base January or March, or I don't know when we could start kind of talking about that, but just revisit like how it's doing, I guess.
It'll be next spring at the very least. I think what we see is going to depend upon how much we refill for one thing. So what kind of a fall and winter we get.
Bill?
Well, I would take a slightly different tack than Jordan just mentioned, in that if the reservoir, and I have never fished it, I've listened to what everybody has said, and it would seem to me an evaluation of an atypical reservoir this year seems to be fairly meaningless. And I think the idea of suspending it as a blue ribbon fishery is probably more honest, shall we say. I don't know who ever looks at blue ribbon to make a decision where to go, but the fact of the matter is, if people do, then the suspensions for whatever number of years is required is a more honest presentation of the status. And then the evaluation this year would seem to be meaningless if it's a highly atypical situation. Again, just another perspective, but maybe along the same lines with a little different spin than Jordan just offered.
I think I agree with Bill, because when this first started, I was going to raise your question, and I mean, I don't know who looks at that, but if I planned a trip here and chose a Blue Ribbon water based on that, and I got there and it was empty, I'd be thinking, I won't be using anything Blue Ribbon evaluates again.
I agree with both Bill and Jayne on this, suspending a body of water, but our historical records are really important for when the water does come back and for funding and so forth. That's the first thing we look at. So I feel that our evaluations as we go fishing out there, which is something I will be doing in the next month, I will evaluate it and I will document what I catch or not catch.
I have a question. I appreciate and acknowledge Bill and Jayne's comments about that. So just to clarify, so it is a Blue Ribbon fishery right now?
Yes, and it's one of those waters that hasn't been reviewed in a while, so that's why we're reviewing it.
So, and then speaking of the historical record, I know that Schofield was delisted and then relisted. Was there any damage to Schofield from withholding potential Blue Ribbon money or projects that could play into that? But like, so if we do suspend it, put it on a potential list, are we doing more damage to a trophy tiger muskie fishery by doing that? Is there any other precedent that's been set with something like Schofield or another water that has been taken off? Does that make sense? Is there any damage that's been done with, as far as money?
So Clint can still apply for funding if it's a potential, right? That's why we had that potential list, right? It's just to acknowledge that, maybe it's lacking Blue Ribbon status now, but we expect it to be able to come back, and so let's still contribute funding towards it. So it wouldn't affect funding. That would still go to the project rankings. You guys would still have the ability to.
So that might be a good compromise to not delist it, so to say, but
yeah. And it's like Schofield. I don't know. Maybe it is a similar example, but Schofield, kind of the word was out, right? Like people weren't fishing it because of the fishery itself. So. That was what was keeping people away, I think, and I think it was definitely right to make that a potential until they got it back, and now it's fishing great. So this one's a little trickier, but I definitely see the point, and it's a very valid point, and that's why we did that potential list, because we can take it off. We can remove that Blue Ribbon status on the Fish Utah app, and so when people search for Blue Ribbon water, Pineview wouldn't come up. But we also wouldn't be sending people to a reservoir that was low, dead pool or whatever they end up. So it makes, I think maybe a vote makes the most sense. Oh, Jordan, go ahead.
Blue Ribbon designation is a marketing tool. And so that's what we are. We're just deciding marketing on Utah waters. So I would probably turn to Chris, who's going to field questions, Chris and Clint, on this, and say, what kind of questions you want to get? Do you want to suspend it now and have people say why? Or do you want to wait? And there's going to be news about draining Pineview to do a pipeline, and then that may curb some of your questions.
Jordan, that's a really good point. And Taylor will probably take the brunt of those calls, and I'll receive a few, and Chris will receive a few. But in light of that, and knowing that there will be a big press release coming, maybe it is something that we just move it to the potential list and go that direction. And it's just, in my mind, it's just like Lost Creek or Schofield. Lost Creek, it was on the potential list. It was evaluated. It fell a couple of points short, mainly because of amenities in the road trying to get there. And as soon as, the next year, the county decided to update the road and pave it all the way to the ramp. And as soon as that happened and some new potties, I got money for new potties because it was on the potential list. Those points, as the next round of evaluations happened, then, it made the list as a blue ribbon water. And Schofield was removed, like Trina said, stop fishing well. Calvin knew what was happening, and so I think, he asked that the council consider that, and as they worked through a new management plan and did, made some changes, he asked for a couple of years to rebuild that fishery. So again, I think it comes down, we can make our suggestions as biologists and, manager, assistant manager, but ultimately as a council, I don't want to change fishing plans either, but it would be, it's something to consider and something that you guys, need to vote on, I guess, and decide. And, we're talking water and access to the water for the next 5 or 6 weeks. So by the time word gets out, as far as the news release and stuff, there's not going to be a lot of time.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything to add to that. That was a good, thoughtful question, Jordan, and good response, Clint.
You have a comment?
Yeah, so just for a little maybe precedents that we've set in the past, doesn't mean you have to follow them, but we've had different situations where we've decided whether or not to delist a blue ribbon fishery in the southern region. A couple were really easy, acute situations where we had a fire that wiped out Clear Creek and the tributaries, so we delisted it, kept it potential. We're able to get money to do habitat work, and it became blue ribbon again. We had an illegal fish introduction in Kolob. We treated it, knew it'd be a couple of years before it would be back, so we delisted it and then relisted it. 2022, we did emergency regulation changes, which sounds a little more similar to the situation at Pineview. Came to blue ribbon. Blue ribbon voted to keep it blue ribbon because we thought it was going to be a relatively short period of time. It was going to get drawn down real low, kind of some bad press, emergency regulation changes, but the fishery would rebound within a year or two. So we kept it blue ribbon. My experience with that was positive. We had some increased phone calls, but it's not like we were losing the fishery. It was just kind of a little bit down for a couple of years. So I think it sounds like you're kind of a little more of a gray area. If you're going to be down for a year, I'd say, yeah, I didn't experience anything bad, having a little bit of a down year or two. But if you're looking at more 4 or 5, it's kind of a hard gray area. I don't know if that helps or just confuses things, but that's kind of some of the history we've had in our region.
Thanks, Nick.
Well, just a question, because Jordan mentioned as a marketing tool, is there then a plan to put on the Fish U2 website a warning? If it's a destination fishery, people aren't going to be reading press releases, on local papers for telling them to replan their September trip because there's no fish or no water. So communication is really critical, and that's a totally separate issue from the delisting. But, there's nothing worse in marketing than promising something that's not there.
Yeah, that's something that we can do. We put an alert on a water body in Fish Utah, so you don't even have to click on the icon. You just scroll over that, and you can see Pineview and whatever these guys decide. And I would assume you do that anyway. We typically do that for any kind of major management action. So that there is a tool. Maybe it's not the best, but I think it's pretty good when people use that site. But again, we should probably have a vote. It seems like there's been enough discussion, I would say. But go ahead, Jayne, if you had something.
Well, I was just going to say it certainly didn't seem like putting it on the potential hurt Lost Creek and Schofield. It seemed like, if anything, that gave them a boost. What I hear about Lost Creek and Schofield today and what I've seen at Schofield is I mean, it came out of the woods hugely.
So, sounds like Pineview is going to be lost for at least 5 years due to just how low the water is going to get. It's going to take that long to even start the rebuilding process, which we see that with Otter Creek when it gets drawn down really low. It's 5 years. Minersville, those all turn into a 5 year before they get good again. So we're probably going to lose that reservoir for quite a long period of time. So it probably does need to be discussed whether we delist it or not.
Go ahead, Clint.
Well, I just wanted to go back to Bill's point. So we already have our Salt Lake coordinator, which is our public information officer. She has been involved, and our outreach manager in the region have already been involved and put in the loop and in contact with Ogden City and Forest Service and everybody else that's kind of involved in the process, all their communications folks. So not only is it just shared for Ogden City, but like Trina said, we can put, some things on our Fish Utah page, as well as on our main page. There'll be, the press release and those kind of things. We will put it out through all of our social media links as well, so the public is aware. So that's already started. We're waiting. We've been asked by Ogden City and the Forest Service to release theirs. This is their project, so they're taking the lead, and we feel that, if there's going to be some things that come down that isn't in great light, that it's their project, and we'll share their information, and at the same time we'll share that emergency regulation change as that is made public. So I hope that answers your question, Bill, because that's already in the works. That started about 6 weeks ago.
All right, anything else on that? Would anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to vote on whether we evaluate Pineview or not.
Okay, we'll take that as a motion.
What's the motion?
Yeah, well,
should we evaluate Pineview?
And then go on.
Should I do that wrong?
Motion to whether we vote.
To evaluate Pineview? Is that what you're wanting?
Yeah, or
should we vote on Pineview to move it to the potential list?
So adding the potential, move it to a potential.
Yeah, move it to a potential.
I think that's a better way to capture most of it. Is there anything that we're missing in that kind of a motion?
So wait, the motion was to take a vote on whether or not to move it to potential, but so does that mean that no
evaluation? No
evaluation if it's moved to potential. So if it's not moved to potential, then we can talk about whether or not to evaluate. Is that the?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm with you.
Am I understand that correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we got a second. Do we have a discussion?
So just to clarify, so if it gets moved to potential, we do not reevaluate it, but we still keep some of the benefits.
Yeah, as far as Clinton being able to get money.
Yeah.
And improve, yes, that would happen. But I'd also encourage you to go fish it if you have an opportunity in the next 30 days.
Well, and the other thing that I'll say is, when we come off this potential and we feel that it's ready to go back, then we'll just have that reevaluation take place at that time. We can, because it probably would be good to have that done at that time. So.
Okay, so did you? Okay, Dean. So the motion, as I understand it, is to move Pineview to the potential list and which also means that we would not be reviewing this water and rating it as a blue ribbon fishery this year. So, all those in favor of that motion, show by the uplifted hand as well as an aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Any abstentions for any reason? Okay, motion carries. Okay. Thank you. All right. Any more on?
So I guess just one question. Is there another lake that we should add in place of Pine View?
I guess I'd defer to the region.
I mean, I know that Chris is there in the room, but the reason I chose these 4 bodies of water is they were like the very first 4 initial ones chosen by Blue Ribbon, 2006. So I don't know of another one that like really jumps out that has been a long time. Everything else has been relatively new. Willard, Lost Creek, East Canyon, those have all been recent since I've started in this position within the last 10 years. So I don't have anything unless Chris has something that he thinks he would want to have reevaluated.
No, I don't think there's anything in need of it, and if the others are relatively recent, I wouldn't add another.
Don't forget there's Diamond Mountain, so get out to Diamond Mountain that weekend. You were going to do Pine View.
Any other waters you want to take off the blue ribbon list?
We're not talking about that. It's not on the agenda, Jordan. Okay.
Okay.
Right, I'm sorry. One more comment I might make is the region in general. Since we've met, I have interviewed two different fishermen, and it's very positive feedback from what the Blue Ribbon program is producing right now. It was a very mixed reaction, and one of the things that this man was very happy about is that he goes up to a lake in our region, and there's the life jacket stand, and he's out there fishing with his granddaughters on the dock, and they're young. And there was something that he didn't even think of with the wind blowing. He put the life jackets on them. They bagged over 34 decent perch that became an 8-pound bag in their freezer. And then it was a group of young men that I interviewed that fished Pine View recently. I've never seen black crappie that big. So we are, and what we do does mean something to the general public. Of course, there are people out there that are less desirable. I was lucky I didn't find those.
Thanks, Dean. So I think, can we move into the regional updates?
Yeah, and I was thinking, Tyler, if you're still out there in virtual land, you could go first, and then you can go hang out with your family, if that works for everyone.
Yeah.
I am. Thank you, Trina. I'll try to bring some good news after the whole Pine View discussion, which is quite sad, but your money is not getting wasted for Blue Ribbon and Habitat Council. We do have our permit for Jordanelle for habitat structures. They are ordered and they will get here. And I know we were funded for this coming fiscal year as well. And I'll be purchasing them probably July 2nd. Okay, maybe not that soon, but very, very quickly for that. So we're going to start moving on to Deer Creek now, hopefully get some permits for habitat enhancement there. But Jordanelle is on the up and up, and hopefully we can keep water in there. Central Utah is pretty good with their water management, and we hope they stay that way. So on the Jordanelle topic, we had our electroshocking, what was it, last week before I disappeared. This week I'm back home visiting family and letting all our family members see our new boy that was born in November. So we're spending a lot of family time, but I did get some shocking done before I disappeared. We did our standard survey on Jordanelle last Monday. And honestly, it's the same story we've seen a lot in the past years. A lot of smallmouth bass, a lot of smallmouth bass. Our perch numbers were still relatively low compared to historical numbers, I'd say, but we still saw a lot of size ranges and decent sized yellow perch. I think one transect we had 60 rainbows, which is kind of the rare world for electrofishing on a standard survey, but kind of nice to see a bunch of rainbow trout still in there as well. And we actually shocked up like a 17-inch kokanee, which definitely should not occur when you're electrofishing in 2 feet of water. But Jordanelle is still pretty standard. We collected a bunch of spines off the smallmouth. We're going to do some more age and growth and see if anything's changed. But my initial thought is we're still in the same situation, and that'll probably bring some regulation changes next cycle to see if we can put a dent into some smallmouth through some other methods. Other blue ribbon updates. I don't really have anything because I gave a bunch last November as well. But Kokanee on both Strawberry and Jordanelle have been phenomenal. We've talked to a lot of anglers that are getting their limit quite early in the morning. We talked to guys. One day we were up on Jordanelle testing our shocker before our standardized shocking event, and we had 3 people at the access by 9 a.m. that already had their limits of Kokanee. So Jordanelle's doing really well for Kokanee right now. You don't always have to go to Strawberry for it. You just got to beat the boating traffic, so get there early. But Tiger Muskie, when we were out testing our electro shocker, we ended up getting a 45-inch Tiger Muskie out of Jordanelle. It's the biggest one we've ever had our hands on while sampling. Anglers are starting to catch big fish like that as well, but it was really nice to actually see one in our hands and not just through a picture on social media of a big Tiger Muskie. Deer Creek, we've heard, has been fishing pretty good for rainbows already. A lot of guys fishing from shore, having good luck. We're expecting to see some water drop there quite quickly, like all the other reservoirs in the state. Jordanelle didn't fill up as much as it normally does, so they're going to start drying Deer Creek pretty soon too. But still fishing pretty well, both those systems are, and Bill can probably give more of a Strawberry update. From what I've heard, Strawberry's doing pretty well. Crockett was just up there with Alan. They went out fishing a couple days ago and did pretty well with Chris's boy. So we're good there. Ryan can probably give a better Provo River update than I can give, so I'm not even going to touch that topic. But as for Blue Ribbon Waters, that's kind of our update. Non-Blue Ribbon Waters, probably one of the most important updates for all you fly fishermen out there. We're doing genetic enhancement in our hatchery. We finished that up this week with 11,000 eggs. That'll kind of beef up genetics of our Bonneville cutthroat, which are stocked statewide or basin-wide, I should say, but throughout multiple regions. So that's a nice thing to have, and Trina can talk more cutthroat management, where the heck these eggs are going, but I think they're still going to Wyoming in the end. It's a cluster of things that I'm well out of my pay grade. That's a Slater problem, but yeah, we saw some really nice cutthroat. Trina, did you end up going this week or
I
not?
did. Yeah, we finished up pretty quickly, but yeah, some nice fish up above Little Dell, and it was a nice day out there. Yeah, it was a small quota this year because we are just sending them to Saratoga, Wyoming, to have them raise those fish and free up a little bit of space in our hatchery. But yeah, it was a good day and met the quota pretty quickly.
Hey, Tyler.
Lastly,
sorry.
I know we. Oh, go ahead.
Can I ask you a question? This is Ryan. Hey, what's that apparatus over by the Deer Creek Dam that's been? What is that? It's floating around. It's got like 2 chartreuse buoys on it. What's that thing?
I
It's
have
freaking me
no
out.
idea what that is. Might be some water quality. That probably could have been a Russ question. Might be some water quality monitoring, given that they've redone the dam and that's now finished.
Okay, so they moved the big barge and then that little thing showed up and just kind of bebopping around, and it's unmanned. It's just all right.
I'm guessing it's probably
No.
some water quality
Okay.
monitoring to make sure
Sounds good.
what water they're sending through their new dam fixtures is what they're expecting. That'd be my guess, but I don't know right now.
So Tyler, there's also one down on the east end. It's a orange colored buoy that it has a solar thing on. I was just out there fishing and was wondering what that was about.
I can bug state parks and I'll try and get an answer for you guys.
Yeah,
But it's
that's all
nothing
right.
we have, nothing DWR is in charge of. So I'm not sure on either of those structures. So.
Tyler, they might be similar to what we have on Bear Lake. Emily there's one out in the middle of Bear Lake that sends like water temps and a bunch of water quality things electronically, right?
Yeah.
There's a large gamut of things that it can send, and it's basically just a water quality station that stays out, and it stays out at least on Bear Lake year round. So pretty
that's my guess too, Clint. But
So if that's for real-time
go ahead.
updates, that'd be a good
Yeah.
resource for you, Tyler. You should find out about that from water quality.
I'll bug state parks on that one. Other than that, white bass, Chris wanted me to give a Utah Lake update before I probably move on to Bill and Mickey, Ryan, whoever wants to give any central region plays. But we had our white bass rebound a little bit from our decline last year, of course, when it was up for evaluation. Fishing was phenomenal this year. Our May was really weird. It kind of brought fish in, then would get cold and snowy, of course, and then they'd push out and then they'd come back in. But we had a lot of happy anglers this year, which was really good to see. And we moved some white bass down to the southern region for some relocation efforts there. And catfish, we've had some fishing events. Chris took our outreach department out 2 weeks ago. They caught a dozen or so catfish, and I think half a dozen of them were 13 pounds or better. Chris caught a 16, 17 pounder earlier this summer. So he did pretty well there. But yeah, it's Utah Lake's fishing pretty well right now. So I'd get out there. Billy, got any updates for us you want to share?
Yeah, I've had about 6 days at Strawberry this season. The wind is blowing really well most of the time. And ironically, last week, there were two of us out, the infamous John Schultz and myself. And 3 days with whitecaps every day, 60% of the day, we still boated 117 fish between us. So it was nice. In spite of the wind, we had good fishing. I was out 2 days ago, I guess, and there wasn't near as much wind. There was decent fishing. They were smaller than they were the week before, which was crazy, because I called my friend, which many of you know, Dave Tall, who's down in southern Idaho, and told him we now had Minersville North happening. And that was just last week. I think it moved south again. So Strawberry's been good, but you got to deal with, and we fish out of kick boats. So wind's important. I mean, one of our friends has 18-foot whatever, 75 horse something. And he fished one day with us. And of course, I'm watching his boat is like rock solid when we're dealing with, whitecaps. So, but anyway, Strawberry still makes fishermen happy.
Okay, thanks, Bill.
The other one thing, also fished a month before starvation. And we had a good season, a few days at starvation, so no complaints there.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounded like you saw good-sized rainbows, smaller on everything else, it sounded like, right? Like smaller walleye, smaller bass, but the rainbows were decent size.
Yeah.
So that's cool. It's good to see. I don't know if Josue saw that originally, but yeah, if you didn't, Josue, I'll send that report to you.
I did. I'm pretty sure I have it.
Okay, great. Anybody else have anything to mention on the central region?
I'll just say that the Provo's been fishing great, both sections. It's kind of that June buffet. I mean, it's a little bit of everything. Every bug you can imagine is drifting in the river. A lot of fish are happy. We're all just kind of really worried about flows. We keep hearing different things. Like Tyler, you mentioned, they're going to start drawing down Deer Creek. I've noticed up at the Charleston, the lake, the shoreline just keeps getting further and further away from the bridge. And so I don't know if you have more intel there or if it's going to kind of stay stable like it is right now. It was about 450 yesterday. The middle, almost, just under 300. But man, by the time it gets down to Charleston, all those diversions and things, it is just almost a trickle coming into Deer Creek. But I don't know if you have any other intel there. But right now,
I don't have any
it's
insight
both
on that,
fishing good.
Ryan, but we haven't heard of anything being odd, so I think it's probably going to be pretty standard. So kind of what it's at is what we're getting right now.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Thank
thanks
you, Tyler.
everybody. I'm
Thanks,
gonna
everyone.
disappear and go spend some family time. So
Have fun. Thanks for joining.
Yep.
Clint, did you have anything to add for the northern region since you're kind of also on family duty today?
Oh, I passed those to Russ and to Dean, so I'll let them share that, and then I'll jump in if there's some other things I need to add.
Okay, sounds good.
Well, Dean, you're the official Northern Region rep. I'm the warm water, so we're going to let you do it.
I fished two waters recently in my region, or the region that I'm representing, pardon me. And the fishing was excellent in both of them. The water's still there, and as the guides say in Flaming Gorge, you don't use the word wind, you call it W, because to them wind is a very bad word. And Bill just explained that to us. And you fish in the morning, and the trout, I'm just surprised at how healthy they are, and big and strong and easy to release as a result of. So Echo's a good family fishery. Rockport's a very good family fishery. East Canyon's another great one. If you want to go to a place where you leave all the traffic and the congestion of the Wasatch Front behind, drive out and fish Lost Creek. You'll feel like you've dropped into Alaska or British Columbia somewhere during the summertime. It's like it's a different world to you. So those are the reports that I have so far. Thank you.
And I'll just add a report on Willard Bay from Clint. This is his exact words, okay? Willard Bay is off the charts right now. It is about half full, and as you've heard, it's going to be rising. Walleye are doing fantastic, and wipers are everywhere. All fish are fat and healthy. We stocked wiper fry last week from our Springville source. We hope they do well. So, and we, as you've been hearing over the past year about Willard. Willard's been doing really well, and it's been a great fishery. So, and we covered pretty much everything else, the high water levels that are in that upper Weber River stretch. And he did say here Weber Basin is trying to hold water within the basin. So East Canyon, Lost Creek, and Willard Bay reservoirs are looking decent right now. So yeah, and we kind of talked about that. So anyway, but I'll just add too, though, it's dry. It's really dry. As I've been out, just hitting the forests and so forth. I mean, I've seen it pretty bad. I mean, I'm getting old, so I've seen some dry years, but this is about as bad as I've ever seen. So.
Like I said, I didn't jump in until about 10:45. You're just kind of talking about the Weber, but did you guys talk about the Logan a little bit already?
We did, but
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, that's one up for evaluation. So you guys have questions, just let me know. I've talked to Jayne and a couple others, Mickey. So, you know, reach out. It's getting about that time. The 11th of July is when that upper reach will open up, and I really like that reach. So, but anyways, it'll be a good time to fish that as well. So, thanks for sharing your reports, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Clint. Any questions on Northern Region? All right, Josue, do you want to go?
Yeah, I sure can. Sorry I couldn't be there for you guys today. I'm a little under the weather. I don't want to get anyone sick. But we'll start up there at Flaming Gorge. As you guys might have heard, the Bureau of Reclamation decided to do the drought response, and that's what they're doing on the drought response operations. Their discharge is around 1,600 CFS, moving water down to Lake Powell. As of June 9th, I believe it was, the lake itself was 22 feet below full pool. All Utah boat ramps should be usable through the fall, but that is we'll still wait and see kind of thing. The Horseshoe Bend cut is no longer usable. It's completely out of the water. As of or for those reasons, from the water, the fish are found in different locations, similar to back to 2022. The crew has been out there doing some sampling work, spring lake trout nettings. Data has not been analyzed yet, but they suspect lower numbers of trophy lake trouts in that data. Smallmouth bass electrofishing is going on at the moment. Large numbers of juveniles, and adults are similar to other years as well. Moving down to the river, typical angling pressure for the year. This time of the year, angling has been really great. Again, the 1,600 CFS going on right now, so it's a drought response. But the fishing still continues to be doing really well, like it normally does. Expect tourism to pick up here in the next month or so. Yeah, everything doing well over there. Moving to the right now, the Sheep Creek spawn is going on at Sheep Creek Lake. About, let me make sure, about 85 females so far, and it's been it was doing really well. Final spawn will be June 25th. Lake Canyon as well. Lake Canyon spawn went really well too. Lots of spawning females, but the eye-up did not turn out so well. Only about 30 and 19% of the eye-up.
Yeah, Josue, can I just jump in real quick? And for those of you who are new, he's talking about the Sheep Creek and Lake Canyon. There are Colorado River cutthroat spawning traps. And so hopefully the Sheep Creek trap worked out, because that Lake Canyon trap, it didn't sound like the results. Is a huge bummer when that happens and you don't have good eye up. So a big thanks to Calvin and the folks down in the southeastern region who are gonna, maybe he'll talk about it, but yeah, we'll be able to cover some of those sport fish needs that we normally meet through Lake Canyon through the Duck Fork trap. So that's in the southeastern region, but the like conservation needs just won't be met this year through that trap. That's a bummer. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Yep. That's all I have on those. Moving down to starvation. I started a new project this year, spring netting. It's called the SLIN, the spring littoral, meaning the the shoreline index netting, and I'm doing that to gather more data on trout mainly and walleye as well. As you guys are well aware, walleye have been a problem there with the size being small, and we're having new regulation proposals on there and just beefing up the data. With that, the walleye, we had an average, pretty good sized walleyes. We had an average size of 17.5 inches. Brown trout, we saw an 18-inch, rainbow trout, 19 inches, like Bill mentioned in his report, some really nice trout that are coming out of there. And then lots of smallmouth bass as well, and yellow perch. But everything's looking good there. I'm getting reports of really good fishing. Still in the smaller size for walleyes, 11 to 12 inches is all. But really good, and everybody's catching fish. Down at Pelican Lake, did a spring electrofishing down there. Our main goal there is to catch largemouth bass, which we did. Lots of really good ones, some really good size ones, about 20 inches, 6 pounds or so was one of our biggest ones. Average size was about 14.5 inches. Catch rates are still really strong numbers of bass down there. Bluegills still continue to be in that same small size range. And we did catch one tiger muskie at around 33 inches. Still having a hard time figuring out how to catch muskie down there, but I'm working on a new electrofishing boat setup, so that would be a little bit better to catch those guys down there. So far, Pelican Lake has also been a really popular place for tournaments. Lots of really good results from those tournaments. Bags of like 19-pound bags with five fish, 6 fish. And then lastly, I have the Diamond Mountain Lakes update from the spring surveys. There was, I know you guys, we had a scheduled up there to go for everybody to join us, and we had really bad weather that impeded all of our schedules, but Jordan was able to get out there and still do the netting, and he caught lower catch rates. I met Warner. He suspects it was due to easier access, so more people were up there. There's a lot more harvest this year, but still some really nice sized fish. There was really good numbers of cutthroat. I called her. He reports many of them being 16 to 17 inches, which is really good. And he was really surprised about that. Talk about a little bit about the goals with him for the Diamond Mountain Lakes. As you guys are aware, and we continue to talk, water is our main issue up there. So the use of adaptive management is his number one priority, meaning how can we adjust our stocking levels or our stocking so that we can better manage those 3 fisheries. He is working on a management plan, putting it all together. And Solar Bee was installed last week at Matt Warner, so that would help out a lot with our fish kills during the winter time. And then also he is also looking at a telemetry unit at Matt Warner so that we can have real-time data for water management. With that, is there any questions?
I have one about Lake Canyon Lake. What happened with the spawn at Lake Canyon Lake? I missed what you said about that.
It was a really good spawn. They had really good numbers of females. I believe 140 females in the first spawn, and somewhere around there in the second spawn too. but the eye-up was not as successful. So
I have a question. I've been asked by two different anglers a question about Flaming Gorge, and that is, there was a tournament recently where a number of the pups, the small lakers, were harvested. Did the purpose of that tournament do anything as far as what the goal of the general management plan for the fishery is?
I haven't heard anything from that specific tournament. I don't know if Trina knows anything about it either.
So when you talk about a species like that, it's the long haul that you're worried about. Is there one particular tournament is not going to help. It's going to help you meet your goal. It's not going to do the trick, right? And when you look at, you've got like a population estimate. It's a large population estimate for lake trout on that water. And you're looking at, we need X amount harvested through the course of a year. So these tournaments help contribute to that total throughout the year, as does their netting. So you have to look at it all together. So maybe it'd be interesting if we could maybe get Brian and Jordan, one or the other, out, like maybe towards the end of the year to talk about, like, okay, how much harvest did we see and how are we tracking that, and how does that, like, because it's definitely the long haul. But one tournament, definitely not going to be the be all end all. But if you have multiple efforts over the course of a year and you can do that multiple years in a row, then you can start making a difference.
Okay.
But even that is kind of uncertain at this point.
Just for clarification for me, is harvesting the pups to help preserve the Kokanee fishery and to maintain the large lake trout population, and not, you get too many fish and the feed is a limited resource, and that's what managers look at. What's the overall picture for the lake right now from what everybody sees?
As far as fishing goes, fishing has been excellent for Kokanee and for lake trout as well. I'm not too familiar with it. I spend most of my time now in the lower elevations, but I can get you more information from Brian. But from his report, he is saying fishing has been excellent up there.
Okay. Thank you for the referral.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe we can help me remember Josue. We'll try and get Brian out to the November meeting, even if he just joins virtually and talks about the goals. That would be interesting.
That would be a good idea.
Anything else for Josue?
One thing I would like to know is, how did that trip go to the Diamond Mountain Lakes? I didn't hear anything back from that. Who was able to go and how'd that go?
Well, I think we had to cancel, but there were some folks who made it out individually.
Yeah, I fished it before the trip. Just worked out better for me that way. Right in the height of the snowstorm. That's when I was there. We had phenomenal fishing. We had a pretty good group of us, and everyone caught, I don't know, probably at least 20 fish each out of Matt Warner and Calder. We never went down to Krause. It looked too dead already. So, yeah, those are great lakes. Fishing was super good. Fish quality was, I don't know what they weighed. I didn't weigh any, but they were, 3 to 4 pound rainbows is what I'd have guessed most of them at. So some smaller, some bigger. So.
And I went the weekend that was scheduled. I went early, so I was there, but everybody jumped in and told me what to do. I was there with the group, and we did not do as well as you. I think you were there a couple, 3 weeks before we were, but everybody caught fish, and we caught several 24s. They're all in the 19, 20-inch range. And we went over to Krause. Is empty. It's pretty empty. Yeah, I mean, you could still see fish moving around, but it's kind of really sad to see that. Yeah.
And Trina, remind me, how many people do we need to evaluate that water? As many as possible, I know, but makes it better.
Minimum of 4.
Okay.
And the Diamond Mountain Lakes, it's an area rating. So you just have to have fished one of them. And like Jayne just said, it's probably not going to be Crouse.
No,
I think you have to get out there because it's pretty weedy, right? So it's going to be Mount Warner or Calder if you fish one or
If
the
you
other.
go to Calder, that'd be my vote.
Okay. Well, yeah, we encourage you to get out there and do that. Thank you, Josue.
Thank you, guys.
Do we have lunch ready?
We do have lunch ready. So let's go up. It's 21:30 like normal. Nick, you're going to be here the rest of the day too? Awesome. So maybe after we can have the Utah State folks go right at 1.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're on the agenda and they're kind of an invited guest, and then we can have you and Calvin go. Does that work?
You good, Calvin?
Yes, that
He's
works
good.
for me.
Okay, let's do that. Okay, taking a break.
Welcome back from lunch. Our current schedule is almost right on time here. We appreciate, now Scott, you're going to have to correct me on your last name if I say it wrong, but Scott Hotaling? How do you say that?
It's Hotaling.
Hotaling, okay. And Patrick Belmont from Utah State University. They're going to talk about wildfire and trout fisheries. We appreciate you being here.
Yeah, you want us to hop in?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, great. The audio is great from the room, so that's really wonderful. I'm going to try to share my screen. I was getting an error a minute ago, so I have like 3 very quick slides that we'll skip if I can't actually do it. But I think it'll...
You can always just email that to me too, and we could do it that way, but hopefully this works.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be working. So, so maybe, I'm getting some error. So I'll just email it and then I'll just give you the rundown. I was going to basically try to create a bit of an introduction to how this conversation came to be. And so Patrick and I are both in the Department of Watershed Sciences at USU. Patrick is an expert in wildfire and rivers. I'm an aquatic ecologist. I mostly study macroinvertebrates. But at USU, I also run this program called the Climate Adaptation Intern Program, where we work with undergrads to address climate change issues in the state of Utah. And as you all, I'm sure, are aware, wildfire is certainly in that group of challenges that are being exacerbated by warming air temperatures and changing precipitation regimes. And so Patrick and I partnered to put together a fact sheet about how wildfire will impact fisheries that was largely built on Patrick's recent research, which was focused on sediment transport in watersheds, not necessarily fish directly for all of it. But it was a really neat partnership. And so Trina has shared around that fact sheet, and I was going to put up a QR code to it. But one of the things in there is we have a map of the intersection between wildfires in the state of Utah and blue ribbon fisheries. And there are a number of places. There are plenty of places where those two things don't seem to overlap, at least not yet. But in places like the Uintas, increasingly there are wildfires that overlap with really important fisheries in the state. And so I think while we're here and why this part of the agenda and moving forward is working together to think about how we all share information or share ideas about how to better manage and protect fisheries amidst the changes and things that are happening in Utah. So maybe I'll turn it over to Patrick and let him introduce himself a bit and share a bit about the research that he's been doing, if that makes sense to you, Patrick.
Sure. Yeah, I'm Patrick Belmont, professor in watershed sciences, soon to be moving into the Department of Water, Earth, and Environmental Sciences. Maybe you all know, Department of Watershed Sciences will be dissolved at the end of this month. So I've been doing a wide range of interdisciplinary wildfire research. My group has built a model that predicts after a wildfire happens, how much erosion is likely to happen, how much of that gets into the river network, and then how far downstream does that go. And so we're doing a lot of work predicting risks to downstream infrastructure, water infrastructure, transportation infrastructure. Predicting effects on fish populations is more challenging because, of course, there are potential positive effects of post-fire sedimentation on fish, and of course, there's also negative impacts. And so we are working on getting the model to a place where we can really make good predictions of at least where the hot spots for potential positive impacts versus negative impacts might be. That requires really high resolution information about the river channels, river widths and depths, the amount that can be transported at any given location. But I think that's important to keep in mind. We often think about wildfire in a very negative context and kind of through a deficit lens of we see all the risks, but of course, some of the best fish habitat in the state of Utah is thanks to post-fire debris flows that happened, 100, 200, 500 years ago.
Patrick, Patrick, just real quick, sorry to interrupt, but could you maybe, I don't know, you the audio is kind of coming in and out. It doesn't look like you're moving too much, but I know this one is too, but I don't know what to do about that other than I
He
guess
sounds really clear on my end.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just kind of coming in and out, but maybe if you could just stay
Something in the
closer.
room.
Okay. Well, I was just about done anyway. I was just saying that there are both positive and negative impacts. It's important to be able to predict them and to help that guide management and restoration. So,
yeah,
welcome questions.
Yeah, and I think what we were imagining this to be, and Trina, you can chime in too, was that just a chat. I mean, we have about 30 minutes. We have. I'm more of an aquatic ecologist, so I know a bit of the fisheries biology and the the aquatic food web science, and then Patrick is an expert in the actual sediment transport, and obviously that's the biggest factor. I mean, aside from the immediate impacts of the fire and the heat and that component, what happens after the fire is certainly the biggest dictator of how an ecosystem responds, or a stream, or whatever, and then obviously management strategies that might happen pre or post fire can also influence that.
Yeah, when I get that email from you and started just kind of looking into it, I just thought that it would be really interesting to this group, like the research that you guys are working on. And there's definitely a nexus there. Do you want me to share the that fact sheet that you sent? You want to go through that? Maybe that would. I
mean, we can certainly go through that. It's a fairly simple document, mostly because it's just essentially putting this idea on a broader radar. Certainly people in your room are well aware of wildfire and potential risks to fisheries. Yeah, this is that map I was talking about that has the overlap between where larger wildfires over 100 acres have occurred in Utah over the last 40 to 50 years, and then where all those blue ribbon fisheries are in the state. And you can see many of them, they don't directly overlap, although some of those watersheds, there is a blue ribbon fishery downstream of where the wildfire occurred. But I guess one thing I'm curious about, and certainly questions from you all are more important than my questions, but I'm curious what folks in the room are actively doing and thinking about when it comes to wildfire risk for Utah's fisheries. I mean, as the people who are the experts and that are thinking about this kind of thing the most, I'm just curious, like, where it is on your docket of challenges or opportunities, and then what kind of management strategies you're undertaking or considering.
Yeah, and I think I would. So, and one of the things I was thinking too is we've got some biologists still on the call and in the room that have experience with this, and it is the post-fire impacts that tend to be the worst, that most devastating to fish. And so I know Calvin and Nick both have experience with this. So, I mean, I think it would be interesting to hear from you guys just what Scott was asking about. But then I honestly didn't know if the council members would have, I don't know, if y'all think about wildfire risk and the risk to fisheries, or what your experience is or what your concerns are. So I thought it was just an opportunity to hear from the biologists and let the council know, just kind of what we have seen, what we have dealt with, what we're concerned about, and then also have a chance to hear from the council about what it is that the general public is. Do you guys just know what we are giving, the information that we're giving to the public, like when a fire happens, and or is there more concern out there? So anyway, Calvin, Nick, you guys want to mention your experiences?
Yeah, so I'm Nick Braithwaite. I'm a fisheries biologist in the southern region. And so wildfire is a big deal for us. We think a lot about it. It primarily impacts our fisheries. It's mostly kind of higher elevation fisheries, especially our conservation cutthroat trout populations. And the way we've kind of been addressing it is if a wildfire's happened that's been a problem, oftentimes we'll just wait for revegetation, and then go in and try and drop juniper trees or anything to create some roughness, try and capture sediment, prevent down cutting, those sorts of things, introduce beaver, that sort of stuff. One positive, maybe the only positive from our perspective, is sometimes we're able to use these wildfires and the subsequent flooding that happens. It'll wipe out a non-native population, and then we're able to go back in and only reintroduce native fish and get a conservation population out of it. But that's kind of on when it's happened, being more proactive. We're trying to do a lot more of that. If you're not aware, there's a big push on Boulder Mountain. It's a blue ribbon area, but it's essentially kind of a tinder box right now, and there's a big effort to do a lot of kind of preemptive work, timber harvest, mechanical removal, those sorts of things. So we'd be really curious I don't know how detailed or anything your modeling is, but to see where critical areas are, what best practices might be for addressing the issues and those sorts of things. So that's kind of a summary of where we're at in the southern region.
Thanks, Nick. And that's a good point too, right? Like our federal partners have been directed to start looking at fuels reduction with good reason, right? And so if we can direct them to, especially like cutthroat waters, it's kind of definitely been on the cutthroat teams, their radars, and just encouraging everyone to work with federal partners to try to identify some locations where they can start, where it's going to be the big bang for their buck in terms of the wildlife that they could help.
And one thing I didn't mention is that there's a little bit of a push and pull between sections within our agency, where on the fish side we like burning small areas, not burning big and hot, whereas if you care about big game and you want aspen regeneration, everything, our sense is that you want to go bigger and burn hotter. And so we kind of try and balance that with prescribed burns. We tend to push for burning like in winter or fall, not burning this time of year and that sort of thing. But yeah, that's one other aspect. There's always kind of that tension between how big you want a fire to be.
Yeah, go ahead, Calvin.
Yeah, Nick hit it every topic that I was going to talk on too. Our big thing is working with our federal partners on reducing, fire loads before fires start. I'm out of the southeast region, and so we've worked with the Manti LaSalle Forest. They've just completed a NEPA for the North Block, which is basically the Skyline Drive, to go in and reduce fuel loads throughout the entire North Block. And their priority areas are for native species. So if a fire did come through, we won't lose any native cutthroat in those areas. And so between that and working through the WRI process and proposals, and identifying areas where our concerns, that's kind of our big thing, is pre-fire. Like Nick says, post-fire, we could have damage for hundreds of miles downstream, and then it's whatever permitting and stuff we can have completed to get in there to start putting structures and debris, trees, whatever it is, to start gaining sedimentation there to keep it from blowing out.
Oh, go ahead, Clint.
Yeah, we started probably 15 years ago on the north slope of the Uintas. I'm Clint Brunson out of the Northern Region office, and our wildlife guys and habitat guys started working on some bigger projects with Mule Deer Foundation and Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation to do some thinning and removal of a lot of beetle kill on the north slope. And we have tried to use that and have the forest and their crews kind of do work around these riparian areas and reduce pine encroachment, conifer encroachment into those areas, and reduce those fuel loads. We've had them do it mechanically. They've done it by hand. They've done fires. They've, controlled burns, all those things, just trying to, on their side, it's all a matter of doing it for wildlife, deer, elk, moose, bighorns. And we get to reap the benefits of them working with these NGOs and others in the forest. And that's slowly starting to spread. There was a lot of friction early in my career about fires or about doing anything, cutting wise because of lawsuits or whatever. And that's kind of went away, and we're able to accomplish a lot on the ground, especially when you have, like down in Nick's area, a great big fire that, burns most of a mountaintop. It really gets things going so the other national forests don't see those same issues. And BLM's kind of been doing fuel reduction on the West Desert and some of our really critical little small Yellowstone cutthroat streams for a couple of decades. So that's kind of how we're doing it. So far we've been pretty lucky and haven't had to do a lot of post-fire work, but there's always those times. We had a pretty good fire last year, and I guess we'll see how that affects the stream this year. So, but that's my side.
Yep. Go ahead, Calvin.
I'll mention one other thing. Jordan has been involved with the folks down on the LaSalle's on the LaSalle sustainability collaboration, where that's been 10 plus years of DWR, Trout Unlimited, Forest Service, BLM, local ranchers, all coming up with a kind of a management plan for the South Block of LaSalle's for, native trout, grazing, timber, reduction and stuff. That I think is a big help when you have all your partners that are on the landscape, all in the same room, discussing before these type of wildfires happen, where you're trying to prevent. Jordan may have more input on that.
I don't know if I have more input other than, it's just been kind of a slow trickle of projects over, about 10 years.
Yeah, maybe if I could respond a little bit to a couple of the things that came up there. I think we have been lucky in a sense over the last decade that we've had a couple of really dry years where we haven't gotten as big of fires. There's a lot of reasons to expect that fire will continue to increase as we're moving forward. Almost no matter what kind of management we're putting on the landscape. We're just seeing a lot of excessive fuels, and those fuels keep growing every year. And we're seeing, generally drier conditions. And so I think it's important to be thinking about, in the case that we end up seeing a 2 or 3-fold increase in fire in Utah, which I think is quite possible over the next couple of decades. Does that suggest any change in how we are managing our fisheries, how we're managing diversions and barriers, things like that? We're still about a factor of 3 to 5 below the natural wildfire levels that the West would see. We're still way below that. And the reason it's going up is mostly driven by this increase in fuels and increase in aridity over the last couple of decades. So I don't want to be the downer in the room, but planning for more fire is probably an important thing looking forward.
Yeah, that's interesting you would say that. I mean, I think that we all recognize that fires have been suppressed for many years, but just you just saying that made me realize that we should be seeing more fire. Just maybe they would be smaller, and they just move through quickly. They wouldn't necessarily burn super hot, maybe. But yeah, you just kind of blew my mind there. But so yeah, right now we are in response mode, I would say. I mean, I hope that the efforts with the forest, what the regional biologists are doing, trying to, at least identify these locations where, gosh, if we had those post-fire flows, we would have just a devastated cutthroat population, right? Like fire can happen somewhere else, but maybe we don't want to. We also have mollusks, right, that are very localized in some, spring snail areas that I'm sure we would have major concerns about. That's just not my area of expertise, but other species too, right, like western toads. So I guess, yeah, so far we have been mostly responsive, but I think we recognize that's not the best place to be. But thinking about, where do we focus our efforts? We can talk about like where our high priority wildlife areas are. So like a modeling effort, like what you guys are going through, I can see it being super helpful. It's just going to help target where we do, if we can get to like a more proactive approach where we target our efforts in the future, not just where we find high priority species, but also where we see the risk is going to be the highest, that kind of thing.
We've accepted that there's going to be a lot more fire, and Boulder Mountain's kind of the best example in our area of where we realized that there's going to be a big fire, and so we're trying to find critical areas where we have a critical population of fish that we're hoping to try and find some other option of mechanical treatments or prescribed burns in small ways to just protect these small key areas.
Yeah, and if there are ways that we can help you guys make that case, I know sometimes it's a hard case to make with the public, but if there are ways that we can help, please do reach out. Those are exactly the right things we need to be doing. Getting more prescribed fire on the landscape means we're going to have healthier forests. It means we're going to have fewer of these uncontrollable, really large, high severe fires. So
I guess I would like to hear, go ahead, Mel, from the council. Perfect.
A good part of my early career was in nuclear reactor safety. And one of the issues that we always dealt with is model validation, because the purpose of reactor safety was to understand and mitigate and reduce risk before you have it. So it means you don't have great data to validate a model, and you don't want to get a lot of that data. But it occurs to me that this project that you were not online, but that Jayne talked about on the Soapstone mediation effort that's going on, I think your modeling efforts in that project, this is a burn that occurred last year or the year before, and now there's a multi-tens of thousands of dollars in human effort to put in structure to reduce sedimentation and flow downstream into the Provo. And so that represents something that probably, if you're not already interfaced with it, it would be good information where you could start estimating the impact of structure, and you could make measurements downstream with the right planning and, of course, and money. To somehow give extra credence to your model, because I'm not a stream biologist or modeler. I know that model validation is important, especially when you have to go defending budgets in a political sphere. If you've got some semblance from model of defending the data that you are presenting or modeling results, and you've got some data to support it, it becomes a more convincing argument in the political sphere when you're trying to argue for funds to do projects or to advance the modeling capabilities. So that's something where the dots need to be connected, because this is an imminent project starting in August this year.
Yeah, so he's referring to the yellow pine fire. So I'm sure that's probably on your radar, something that happened pretty recently. And by the way, the dates are August. What are the dates in case you wanted to come out and help?
August 8th, 12th, 14th, and 15th.
Yeah.
And
if you're interested, just let us know. But yeah, like I think that the yellow pine fire is probably on your radar, I would guess. But yeah, it's a really good point. Like there are 200 people on the ground putting in structures to try and capture sediment and reduce that future risk. So
it's the Yellow Lake from the fall of 24. That's the fire.
Yeah.
And I have been working with USU. So I have a couple names there, but I don't have your names. So now I do. But go ahead.
I work really closely with Larissa Yoakum. I don't know if she's somebody that you've been working with, but
No.
I'm aware of the fire, certainly, and we've been doing some sampling down there for post-fire wood, in fact, but I wasn't aware of the structures going in. I'd love to be in contact with folks who are doing that work.
So if, Trina, do you have their contact information? So mostly what I've done with USU is I got, contact names there to try and help draw some, students and whomever, to help with the volunteer effort, because it is 200 people in August that I need. But I'm happy to share with you what we have. It's a project with Trout Unlimited and High Country Fly Fishers, and it started last August. That's when we got the grants, and I can connect you with the Trout Unlimited project manager. She knows the work that's, heavy equipment kind of stuff. Mine is like volunteer, build BDAs, stake willows, plant willows, sow native seeds, that kind of thing. But I'll just get from you their contact information, and I'll ping you. And I would love a copy of that map that you showed as well.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and send that out after the meeting.
Cool.
Yeah, that's great. I'd love to be involved in that. And just going back to the prior comment about validation, our model has been, each of the components has been validated in various ways. We're predicting if a fire breaks out anywhere across the state, what is the range of severity is likely to be. And so we've validated that using historic fires. The erosion model that we're using is the USGS gold standard model for their debris flow model that's been validated in a variety of places. And then we've done some validation of our model that we developed to predict how much of that sediment gets in the stream. But beyond just, specific quantities of sediment we're trying to predict at a statewide level, where are the areas where we have the highest risk? We've looked at all 137 large reservoirs throughout the state. And so now we've got a ranking of the reservoirs that are most likely to be impacted if a fire breaks out.
So you said you have that list? Is that?
Of the reservoirs?
Yeah.
We do. We're rerunning that right now, but we should have that list updated within a month or so, I'd say.
I'm definitely interested in seeing that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Any other comments or? I don't know. I just was really curious. I mean, obviously you're thinking about wildfire, but are people thinking about wildfire in their fish? Go ahead, Jayne.
You said you're looking at where the sediment's going to come into the reservoirs. So the reservoirs are kind of at the end of the chain, right? But the rivers that get there, I mean, I will say my project on the Soapstone Creek is much more focused on the rivers because it's trying to control the impact to the headwaters of the Provo, which of course goes into reservoirs. Why the reservoirs? I guess that's my question. Why the reservoirs?
Well, one of the reasons we are focused on reservoirs is so that we can help state agencies understand and federal agencies understand which ones are most vulnerable. And then we can start asking the question, are there places we can be doing proactive, forestry management or fire management to reduce the risks of sedimentation? It's just incredibly expensive to be cleaning sediment out of those reservoirs. So, predicting impacts to fish populations themselves requires really high resolution information about the sediment transport mechanics all through the stream network. And unfortunately, we just don't have that data everywhere. So we're doing the best that we can. For individual locations, we would be able to build a really custom model that could pick up those places where lots of sediment might be likely to deposit. But that's kind of still a work in progress, just because of the higher resolution data needs. We have kind of a complementary effort going on looking at post-wildfire wood, and of course the interaction between wood and sediment. We're finding a lot of places that sediment's getting stored, it's because it's interacting with wood. And that depends on the width of the valley, the confinement of the valley, the slope, things like that. So, but yeah, happy to talk anytime if there are any specific examples you guys want to talk through.
Okay, are there any other questions for our Utah State folks? Any comments? Okay, great. Well, thanks, you guys. We'll be in touch. This is really interesting. I hope everyone found it to be interesting, but we definitely appreciate your time.
Wonderful. Likewise.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay. See you guys.
Yeah.
We will get back to regional updates.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Calvin or Nick, which one do you want? Who wants to go first?
Arm wrestle.
All right.
I can go first.
Oh, what'd you say there, Calvin?
I can go first.
Okay.
Let me see. I've got a few photos here. And see if I could share my screen. Well, that's not what I wanted.
We saw it said updates and.
Oh, did it? It did not show that on mine, so I apologize. Let me bring that back up.
Yeah, no, it was the Southeast Region Blue Ribbon Update, June 18, 2026. Looks
Perfect.
like a Adobe file.
I will go blind here. So I'll start off with Schofield Reservoir. We conducted our spring gill nets back in May. Our cutthroat trout are doing really well in there. You can see by our graph at the bottom, with a lot of our fish are there in the slot limit, but we are starting to see some larger cutthroat outside the slot. Lengths range from 10 inches to almost 26 inches, and on average they're 18 inches and 2 pounds. So a lot of fat cutthroat in there. A lot of the cutthroat in the photo had 6-inch chubs in their stomach. They're eating away at the chubs and doing what we want them to do. Our chub numbers are low. You can see down the bottom corner, 36.4 chubs per net night. Our management goal is 50. 50 is kind of the sweet number that we kind of figure. It keeps enough prey in the reservoir for all the predators, but it also low enough that where they're not competing against the rainbows and tiger trout and cutthroat. You can see we have a pretty decent size class or age class of 6-7 inch chubs this year. That there are going to be a lot of feed in there for the muskie and cutthroat and tiger trout. So if you are looking to go fishing, I would throw something large in that 6-inch range for these fish this year. Muskie, wiper, and walleye. We had good numbers of tiger muskie in the nets. All 6 of these fish had chubs in their stomach. The larger muskie had 3 chubs each. The little guys each had a 6-inch to an 8-inch chub in their stomach. Fat and healthy. The smaller ones would have been fish that we stocked last year in May, so those are only a year-old fish. The other 3 are probably, we're thinking about 3 to 4 year old fish. So very healthy. Been producing some really nice tiger muskie. We've seen photos of some 45s and 46s coming out of there last year. So really excited to where this fishery is going. We did collect 1 walleye. We have stocked 1 batch of sterile walleye in the reservoir about 4 years ago. We should be getting some sterile walleye again to put in the reservoir this year also. Talking about tiger muskie, we've already stocked out our this year's batch of fingerling muskie. We stocked 5,500 out around the reservoir, out around the island. We try to put them in cover so they don't get immediately eaten by other predators. This has worked well for us, and so these guys should be up to about 15 to 18 inches by October. We have a fishing clinic at Schofield. We had a clinic last year, and we're going to do it again this year on July 10th at the historic Schofield Public School. Town of Schofield is helping us put it on. We've got some great partners involved in this. We've got the Mountain West Muskies, Ghirardelli Outfitters, and KJ's Catch and Snack that's up at Schofield. We also have some local anglers who target trout and muskie with fly rods and fly tackle at Schofield. So they'll be presenting also. We'll start off focusing on how to catch tiger muskie in the reservoir, and then transition into trophy tiger trout, cutthroat, wipers, anything that the attendees would like to for us to talk about. If you're interested, you can scan the QR code and sign up. There's 75 slots available, and as of yesterday, we have 51 filled up. So we are filling up pretty quick. We have a new walk-in access area on Schofield Reservoir. This is on the west side where Upper Fish Creek comes into the reservoir. You can see the yellow outline of the all red property. This entire property will be enrolled for walk-in access for fishing and hunting certain species, so like waterfowl hunting later in the fall. It is not up on the website yet. It is active. Contracts have been signed. Everything is legal. We just are waiting for our database to update to put it onto the website. So if anybody wants to go fish that west shoreline along the highway and walk out to the water's edge, or when the river opens up, fish the river through that property, you're more than welcome to. Moving on to Lower Fish Creek, I haven't heard many reports yet this year. Only had 1 person go down, fish it really early, about late April, and they did all right. It was a little muddy at the time, but we have stocked our brown trout in there this year. We stocked 16,000 fingerling brown trout below Schofield Dam at the bridge. Another 8,000 at the waterfowl or the wildlife management area down about 3-4 miles on the river, and then another 5,000 at the top of Price River, so or Price Canyon, excuse me. So not a whole lot of information this year on fishing, but we do have good flows going down through there, so it should hopefully be pretty good this year. Huntington Reservoir water levels, you can see, are a little low. We're sitting at 58% capacity. The boat ramp is out of the water, but if you have a smaller watercraft, you should still be able to launch it. These photos were just taken last week. So Splake and tiger trout have been doing really well. We've had some anglers going out fishing out of their float tubes and having really good success. We do plan to survey this sometime this year. We're just trying to figure out which boat we can get on the reservoir right now to do our surveys. So Joe's Valley Reservoir, we field netted that also in May. We haven't conducted a spring netting since 2018, so we decided while we had water to go out and try it. We convinced Trina to come down and give us a hand. You can see her there. She's holding a 42-inch tiger muskie that we collected in the nets. And then some really nice trout, the cutthroat that I'm holding, and then that splake in the next photo, both were 27 inches. Some really fat fish. Joe's Valley has actually been producing some really nice trout lately. It just doesn't get the attention like other water bodies do by anglers. And just some quick data you can see on the left. Pink are splake, green are rainbow trout, and the red are cutthroat trout. We have a angling restriction of only one trout over 18 inches can be harvested. And you can see we have some good numbers of splake and cutthroat above that. And then we also have a really good age class of younger splake coming into that 12, 13 inch range. So we stock splake at 4 inches and our rainbows at 3 inches in Joe's Valley, and they do survive and avoid predation by the muskie and the larger splake. So we have netted 4-pound rainbows out of there in the past. So those smaller fish will survive and get up into those upper 20s, as you can see. Our tiger muskies have been looking good, though that age class of 24 to 28 inch tiger muskies would have been the 2024 stocking. They went out in like June at 5 inches, and they're doing quite well. We had some 10 inchers go in last fall, which are going to probably be in that 12 to 15 inch range this year already. And our this year's stocking of 7-inch tiger muskie will be going in probably next week. So we'll see definitely several age classes of tiger muskie, not only in our nets, but also the anglers will be able to see a lot more fish this year in the next few years in Joe's. Straight Canyon, there was this one lonely angler down there trying to find a fish. Unfortunately, she listened to the biologist on what to use and couldn't catch anything. But you can see we have got good water, clean water. I've had reports of not as many fish this year and last year, but bigger fish. And so I haven't had a chance to survey it. I think it's on the docket for next year. So, but we haven't had really anybody complaining other than, me making Trina fish in the middle of the day was something that she probably couldn't catch fish on anyway. So, and then finally I got the duck fork spawning trap. We just wrapped that up actually. We installed our trap on May 27th, just after Memorial Day. We collected over 900 cutthroat in the trap. We spawned 150 pairs and produced about 130,000 eggs. And that was probably going to be about 52 to 53,000 cutthroat out of that one spawn off this trap. Super early this year with how dry it was. We were able to drive all the way in there in April, and I did not think we were going to be able to spawn fish with how little water was in the reservoir and in the stream, but we were able to have the water come up in the reservoir. It rose about 3 to 4 feet with those late May storms, and we were able to at least fill the reservoir and pull off a pretty good spawn. On normal years, we would just be starting the trap this week. We're already done and pulled out this year. So, and that's from last week, full reservoir. So if you're looking for water, go to the high country. We've got it up high, not much of it down low. So, and that is what I have.
Calvin, you're supposed to get people's permission before you can just post pictures, but
too bad.
I'll let it go. I'm just kidding. Back to the scope field, good job on getting that walk-in access. That's pretty cool. So looking at it though, it looks like it's probably pretty good for waterfowl. How is it like getting in that area to actually fish it?
Really well. So when the reservoir's full, you can actually fish from the road if you wanted to bank fish. Right now they don't mind people parking right off the side of the road. We're going to put signs up and kind of try to, direct people to where, they're going to be the best place to park and access everything. But people already fished down there and fished the river and walked across their property and got to the reservoir. Now that they're getting paid for it. So, but yeah, they're really good partners. They've been wanting to do it, and it's taken us several years to finalize that contract. So, a big win for our walk-in access coordinator.
Yeah, cool. Good job. Anybody have questions for Calvin?
Yeah, Calvin, back to Schofield as well. You mentioned that the chub population is down just a little bit, not at the 50 mark that you wanted. But then you mentioned you're going to put walleye there in the fall. Why would you introduce another predator when the chub population is slightly down?
So we see a lot of fluctuation in our spring chub numbers, and it's all just due to water temperature, if they're in spawning or not. And so we really base it, our management decisions off the fall numbers. And that we've been in the 50s the last several years, 52, 59 chubs per catch rate in the fall. So we're only putting like 2,000 walleye in there. So it's not going to be large numbers and rely on them as a major predator. It's more of an opportunity where people can go up and maybe harvest a walleye, but we're not going to rely on them strictly for chub control like we are the tiger muskies and wiper.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
I mean, if you're going to have walleye and strawberry, you might as well have it in Schofield. I got a couple things. Is Huntington still on our potential list?
I think so. I
Not
think so.
Huntington Reservoir, Huntington Creek. Terrible place to go fish. Don't go there. But Electric Lake had a breach in the lake bed by the mining companies. And so we've been watching Electric Lake levels really closely because we're concerned about what water levels are going to do later this year and in the fall. And I'd be concerned pretty much just everywhere. I think Lower Fish Creek and Price River, you're going to be fine, but the further south you go, it may not be as fine on some of those creeks. So just from the Trout Unlimited perspective, we've been keeping a really close eye on that and working with water users to see if we can come up with creative ways to make sure we keep water in those rivers. But in all seriousness, Huntington Creek is fishing fantastic, and it may be something that's worth looking at again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've fished it a few times this year already.
Oh, cool. Yeah, we can talk about that for a future year. What is the latest on Electric Lake, and have they? I felt like they were starting to refill, right? They were figuring out how to get water back in and actually hold it.
The mining companies have put a bunch of pumps up there, and they're pumping water as fast as they can. So,
And the water level in the reservoir has started to come up. It's not as fast as it was dropping, but it is slowly coming back up. And so I did notice they are releasing a little more water out of Electric Dam down Huntington Creek. They had cut it down a ways until they figured out stabilizing point with the reservoir. So I think they must be feeling confident that they've got it to a point where they can keep the current, water level and maybe increase with the pumping. So we'll see how that goes out, throughout the rest of the summer.
Yeah. One other thing, Calvin, just as a point, as I'm stepping away from Trout Unlimited, is Trout Unlimited manages a lease that the Division of Wildlife owns in Lower Fish Creek during the winter, which I think has been critical in making that fishery much better than what it was for probably about a decade. And that lease is up in 2029. There's some water that will be released in the spring of 2030. And so I'd just encourage you to work again with Tommy over there, Trout Unlimited, and our corporate partners to re-up that lease, because I think that's a good critical winter in-stream flow that we can keep going.
Yep, just put it down in my notes. Thanks.
Cool, thanks.
Good. Thanks, Calvin. Nick?
The region. Thank you. So start with drought. So that's kind of what's on our mind right now is the drought situation. So this is the snow water equivalent. This is statewide, but in the southern region we're the same, most places or worse than this. So this is going back, I forget how many years, but it's a lot of years of data here. So the blue line is like the best snowpack year, basically. Green's kind of average or median. And then the black line is this year. So you can see that we're just in a terrible situation water-wise. Two good things were in October, we actually had, throughout most of southern Utah, we had a lot of rain in October. October was actually a really wet month for us. So that helped. It could have been a lot worse than we're seeing now. And then, I don't know, I'm clicking on every article I see that says El Nino. I'm hoping that may save us. It's kind of sad when that's what you're clinging to, but hopefully we'll get some good monsoon storms and then a good snowpack. But yeah, drought's a big issue right now. So I'll start with Minersville, talk about a lot of our monitoring. We do spring gill net surveys. So I'll talk about what we saw in our nets and then kind of what we're thinking in terms of drought. So our nets look good. Most of the fish we saw were 17 to 22 inches and kind of 2 1/4 to 3 pounds. It's essentially all rainbow and then a few wiper and smallmouth that we catch in our nets. So the graphs here, this shows kind of a length distribution. So you have inches on the bottom going from like 10 inches up to 24 inches. So you can see we kind of have two big age classes of fish. So the ones that are like around 13, 14 inches, those were stocked the fall before our netting surveys. And so in 2026, we didn't catch any of the fish that we stocked last fall. We know from anglers they're in there, people are catching them, but their numbers are probably down. And we had those bigger age 2+ fish that were, up around 20 inches. So that actually looked pretty good. We were happy with that. We caught big wipers and no Utah chub. So we put the wipers in there to control Utah chub, and they've essentially wiped them out, which is huge. The chub used to be a real problem in Minersville. They used to treat it every few years and completely remove all the fish and then restock, and that became cost prohibitive, impractical to keep doing. But the wipers saved us. They essentially wipe out the chub. And it's really important in a year like this, because in the past, when we had a huge population of chub and the water would get low, the chub would compete. You'd have all these chub competing with the trout for oxygen. So things looked good, but the drought situation is pretty terrible. So kind of a good point of reference is 2022 was the last really bad drought we had. And it's looking like this year we're going to be pretty similar. So in 2022, the reservoir got drained down to about 1,000 acre feet. So these graphs are showing how many acre feet are in the reservoir. So we're in a similar place right now. So we're about 6,000 acre feet. In 2022, we were about 5,000 acre feet. So we're a little better right now, but we talked to the water users. They're planning to draw it down to the conservation pool of 1,000 acre feet. So we will get there this year. And then the other thing we look at is just how many fish in there we have in there. So the graph on the right, that CPUE, that's just shorthand for fish per net. So we're in a pretty similar place in terms of fish per net. The black is age 1 rainbow trout. The lined part of the graph is age 2. So similar number of fish, similar water level. So it's a pretty similar situation to 2002. And what we did in 2002 was we did an emergency regulation change to allow people to harvest more fish out of Minersville. It has special regulations, so you can only keep one trout over 22 inches and you have to use artificial flies and lures only. basically, if we can get people to harvest and fish, it does two things. It avoids the situation where we have a big fish kill because of the low water and people weren't able to harvest fish. The fish are kind of just wasted. And so we don't want that. If we're going to lose fish, we want people to be able to harvest them. The other thing is if we get some harvest, it reduces the number of fish. And so the ones that are left are more likely to be able to survive in the lower water. So in 2002, we removed the size restriction and allowed people to keep 4 fish. We also removed the bait restriction and let people use bait, and we saw a lot of fish harvested. This year, we're thinking we're going to recommend removing the size restriction and increasing the number of fish you can keep. So you'd be able to keep basically any trout and keep up to 4 of them. But we're not recommending allowing bait. We had a lot of pushback on that from anglers as well as our law enforcement. Our law enforcement said, if you do a regulation change, please don't allow bait. It was just really hard to get people back on board with not using bait. They were really fighting it. We've had a hard time keeping law enforcement officers hired, so we didn't have a conservation officer in Beaver County. And anyway, the feedback we got, and importantly, feeling like we're probably okay, we'll get enough harvest without making that change. So this year we're just recommending the size restriction and the number of fish, not the bait. So I will say that's tentative. We're just kind of double checking with different local people, county commissioners and those sorts of things, make sure everybody's on board, but I don't anticipate any issues. That's probably the request we'll have for an emergency regulation change. So this gets kind of back to the earlier discussion about when you want to think about downgrading or delisting a water. So like I said, in 2022, we did this emergency regulation change. So here's the same basic idea of the graph. So this is the length distribution for rainbow trout that we caught. So in 2022, this was in the spring, so before we had any water problems. And 2022 was a really good year for Minersville. They were really big, nice fish. It was in great shape, but we had that really bad year. And you can see in 2023, after that emergency regulation change, we went from 18 fish per net to 12 fish per net. And you can see that a lot of the fish that got harvested were those biggest fish. So the big fish got harvested. But then in 2024, we were back up. We had 25 fish per net, and not as many as the big fish, but they were there. Larry mentioned the fishing was still kind of tough in 24 and 25. And part of that was we had a smaller population after 2022, which we wanted to get through that really low water period. And then we had that huge water year in 2023. So we had a lower population and then essentially a full reservoir for almost 2 years. So fishing was a little tough, but the fish were there. They bounced back pretty quick. So that's kind of the situation at Minersville. I'll jump into Otter Creek, which is a pretty similar situation. So our netting again this year looked good. The fish were a little smaller than at Minersville, but looked pretty good compared to historical numbers. Big brown trout and wiper, same thing. We used the wiper there to control Utah chub, which had been a problem in the past. We did see Utah chub. Minersville, we didn't see any. Otter Creek, we did see some, which isn't alarming. We always see them in Otter Creek. Part of that is Kusharam Reservoir upstream always has some chub, and when they drain it like they did last year, a lot of those make it down into Otter Creek. So here's kind of the same situation. So the two graphs on the left are showing acre feet in the reservoir in 2022 and 2026. Things are a little worse at Otter Creek. So if you look at the y-axis on the left there, so in 2022, at this time of year, we were down around 20,000 acre feet. This year we're around 10. So we're in a worse situation. We're talking closely with the water users, the Upper Sevier River commissioner, and figuring out exactly how low and when they think it'll hit the low point, but we're probably going to be pretty similar to 2022. And then on the right again is the graph showing the fish in 2022 on the left, and then 2026 on the right. So pretty similar, more chub, but I think that's mostly fish coming down from Kusharam. And then like Calvin said, that the chub number in our spring netting can really vary year to year depending on temperature, whether they're spawning, that sort of thing. So I think we're in a pretty similar situation both in terms of water and the fish population. So that's leading to us probably wanting to request an emergency regulation change where we increase harvest. So right now it's just general regulations at Otter Creek, so you can use bait, keep 4 trout. So we're proposing to basically double, so you could keep 8 trout and 6 wiper. That's the same as what we did in 2022. Again, that's just kind of tentative, but that's probably what we're going to request. And similar to Minersville, we probably didn't see quite as much harvest at Otter Creek in 2022 as we did at Minersville. And I think that a big part of that is just Minersville was a bigger change because we went from artificial flying lure to allowing bait for fish that had never seen bait before. And so we had more harvest. People got really excited. And so we didn't see as big of an impact at Otter Creek in 2022, but I would expect kind of a similar situation this year if we do an emergency regulation change, a little more harvest this year, which is good. That's what we want. Not a huge impact, and then probably come back in the years following, assuming we can get a good snowpack. So going back to whether or not you downlist it, my feeling would be please don't downlist it yet, because I think we'll have enough water, people can get out there, and we want people to get out there and fish and harvest some fish this year. And then if we get another terrible water year, and we know next spring that we're in a terrible situation, I think that would be the time to look at downlisting it rather than right now, if that makes sense. So, yeah, Larry.
Have you heard how low they're planning on taking the water level to?
In Otter Creek?
Yeah.
No. So that was my last conversation with the water user we're working with, because in 2002, it got down to 4 feet at the dam. And so that's kind of a good point of reference for us. And so I'm trying to figure out and it is hard for them to know exactly how low, because if we get into a really good monsoon season, they don't want to draw it super low, because then they start pulling mud and it's hard to refill, and then they're in worse shape next year. But yeah, I haven't got my guess is we'll be about the same as 2022.
So what I was told was their target was 7% in Otter, and then leaving a little more in Paiute. And I don't know if that's totally true, but that's what I was told recently.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we're waiting on for when we'll kind of give our final recommendation next week, is because it's a little fuzzy right now exactly how low it will get at Otter Creek. We know at Minersville, because we have a conservation pool there, they can't draw it below 1,100 acre feet. So we know for sure what that'll be, but Otter Creek is a little more, they can essentially manage it however they want. They're good to work with, it's just there's no water, so. So Panguitch Lake, the netting looked good, high catch rates for pretty much all the fish, a lot of rainbow trout, 19 to 16 inches, cutthroat, 12 to 17 inches, some really big tiger trout, up to 15 pounds. We stocked tiger muskie there a couple years ago, and those showed up and were doing well. Those were to help control Utah chub. Same with wiper. So everything's looking good. We did catch a decent number of Utah chub, but those were a lot of older, bigger fish. Wiper and probably gape limited, weren't eating them. So as long as we have those, it's mostly just the bigger, older fish we're catching. We're not too worried about it. So we feel pretty good about Panguitch Lake. We are a little bit worried about drought. It's a natural lake, but then there's, as you know from the siphon project, it's a natural lake, but then there's irrigation storage on top of it. And they've essentially already taken all the irrigation storage. So it's down to just the natural lake level, which is as low as early as I've seen it. So hopefully we don't get terrible algal blooms and stuff. It's probably really just going to depend on what we get from monsoon storms. If we get a lot of cloud cover and rain, we should be fine. If not, we could get those algal blooms starting probably in July. And it's just not fun. It's usually safe to be out fishing. It's just not very pleasant. It's kind of gross and stinks and everything. But Panguitch is doing good. Kolob Reservoir, the fish were big and healthy, but numbers were down. So this graph is just showing the number of fish we catch per net from 2010 to 2016. The red dashed line is the management objective. And so you can see last year we were about where we wanted to be. This year we're a little bit lower, so the numbers are down, but the size is up. So this graph on the bottom is showing the percent of our catch that was above 20 inches. So you can see the last few years as the number of fish have gone down, the size has increased. So management there, it's all about balancing the trade-off between those two things. Do you want a lot of small fish or very few fish, but they're bigger, and kind of balancing that? There's a management plan that was developed by a committee that dictates what we're trying to achieve with the management. And right now we're a little below on numbers and a little above on size. So we're going to stock some extra fish this year. We're also conducting intensive angler surveys. So we're doing a creel survey where we're up there all summer interviewing anglers. And then we're going to do a survey that we email out to people who've bought licenses and collect angler information that way. And that will all culminate in a management plan review and update process. So the management plan for Kolob was done in 2009. And there's been a lot of changes since then. They're also looking at increasing the dam, so the reservoir will get quite a bit bigger in the next few years. So it's a good time to update the management plan. So that'll be this coming winter 2027, and we like to have Blue Ribbon involved in that. However, I'll probably in the November meeting reach out and see how Blue Ribbon wants to be involved. Typically, it's been one person from Blue Ribbon serving on the committee and then kind of reporting back to Blue Ribbon. But we can figure that out then. But that'll be a big undertaking, is updating that management plan. We don't anticipate any water issues in 2026, so we're fortunate the way they manage the water there. They actually keep it full pretty much all summer, and then they draw it down in the late fall and winter. So it works out really well for us. So we talked to the water user, or the guy that manages the water there, a couple weeks ago, and he said even as bad as the water situation is, he anticipates it being pretty much full. It was spilling a couple weeks ago, and he anticipates it being full most of the summer. Fish Lake, it's doing well, but I feel like I say this every time, it's kind of a complex food web. We're struggling a little with what exactly to do there. We were hoping, so Taylor Shamo, one of our biologists, he's the lead on Fish Lake. He did a master's project and is doing a food web study and collected a lot of stable isotope data, but he hasn't gotten those results back yet, and we were hoping he would have by now. So hopefully in the November meeting I have some more answers on Fish Lake. Once we get a little better handle on what's going on with the food web, we're planning on doing a management plan review and update similar to Kolob. That'll probably be 2028 or later though. And then there's been the recent upgrades that Blue Ribbon's helped fund, and those have been really popular, the marina upgrade on the left, and then last year we did the upgrades and kind of maintenance on the boardwalk to view Kokanee. It's a natural lake, big lake. We don't anticipate any issues at Fish Lake. So that was all I had, if there are any questions. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Nick. So next up, we have Blue Ribbon 101. Essentially,
am going to suggest, in the interest of time, that because it's really probably for the folks who've just been around a year or two. So last year we got together kind of outside of the meeting for some folks who wanted more information, and I could just do that again. I could just in the interest of time, keeping the meeting moving. Some of you would probably just be bored with that. So those of you who've maybe only been around a year or two, I'll probably just send out an invite. We can try and pin down a date and just go through the refresher, and especially for Jim and Jermie starting their service, so you guys can better understand Blue Ribbon. But I will maybe put on the January agenda, like going through the project criteria again, like we did the water body criteria today. So if you're cool with that, that's my suggestion.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, so then it's pretty much budget update, approved projects for fiscal 27, volunteer opportunities, and then the Kokanee strategy. So I'll just start going. So we'll do budget update first. I always do it in the wrong order. Is that coming up? Okay, so this is for the current fiscal year. And so this is the projects that were approved for work this year. And we are just about 61% expended, but I'm not worried about that. And that's because the Northeastern region has assured me that they will be spending the money allocated for Strawberry River restoration. You can say that's a big chunk. The Northern region habitat and Fall Creek, those are already expended. Obviously, Nick's position, that'll be expended. Clint has assured me that East Bear Lake Range and stream improvements will be spent out. Swan Creek, we are still working on that. We were able to secure one of the leases for the north side. The south side has been a bit of more of a challenge. So that is, of course, our Bear Lake spawning trap, and so that's really important. So we're working diligently, and we still have hope maybe we can get more of that spent out this year. It's been a very important budget, but I just don't know if we're going to be able to get it all done this fiscal year. Helicopter support's pretty well spent out. The Uinta Basin project manager, that position has been filled. They just have a weird accounting system, and so that'll eventually be spent out. It's just they're gonna ask for the second half of the funding for, in the fourth quarter. So, and then the fisheries administration, I don't think we'll be able to spend that out, but that'll be, if there's any overages in any of the budgets, then, which we're looking good, I don't think there will be, but it kind of helps with just, if there's a little bit of overage, it doesn't hurt to have some money left there. But so it doesn't look that great having 61% left right now with 2 weeks left in the fiscal year, but I'm confident that a lot of that is probably already spent, and it's just a matter of, just hasn't hit the budgets yet. And I've been told that it will be spent out. So I think we're doing pretty good. I will switch over to, let me see, here's what you guys chose to fund this fiscal year. And the good news is we were able to, because there was enough projects that had small enough requests that we were able to fund just about everything. The things that didn't get Blue Ribbon funding this year that did request it, Strawberry Snowplow, and then the 2 Browns Park projects. One of them did score high enough, but after the conversation during the joint meeting in March, it just seemed like we just needed to ask Brian to go back to the drawing board and work with that landowner to try to get access or something like that. So we just removed it from the list. The other one didn't score high enough. So, but everything else got Blue Ribbon funding, and I will point out the Duchesne River bank stabilization. Blue Ribbon liked that a little bit more than Habitat Council. So Braxton isn't going to get the Habitat Council request that he asked for, but so I think that you'll probably see that Duchesne River project again next year, because he won't be able to fund it all. But he was able to he said he could spend this money, and then, just span it out over 2 fiscal years, and actually funding him for this part would be worthwhile. So, and I will say that this is the order that you guys selected. So yeah, I didn't change the order at all. So like I said, there were 2 that just ranked out lower than the ones Brown Park was actually, or ended up ranking out kind of in the middle there, but it just didn't seem like overall we just weren't interested until the landowner helped us out a little bit, met us halfway. So are there any questions on this? I was kind of happy to see where it all landed. I think we got a good list of projects this year.
I can't believe we didn't fund Strawberry Snowplow.
What? It's like my favorite project.
Is it your favorite project?
I hate that.
But I hate it because it should just be in a budget somewhere,
right.
not an annual request. So do they have a place to fund that?
For the last I heard, and maybe Bill, maybe you know more, but the last I heard is Alan's working with the forest, talking about a longer term funding option. It just, to my knowledge, it hasn't happened yet. Do you?
What I would like to recommend is the Blue Ribbon Council advocate against snow plowing, because it'll have less harvest and bigger fish. And at least from an anecdotal information I've got, the observation of bigger fish that we saw last week was due to the lack of ice fishing last year. So there's a benefit to some of this stuff.
So when the ice anglers start complaining, could we send them to you? Is
Yes.
that what we'll do? Oh, okay. Right. Yeah. Well, your comment was noted, Bill. Thank you for that. And your comment was noted, Jordan. Thank you for that. It does tend to rank out lower. I think everyone wants to see it as like just like typical operations and maintenance. So.
It's good to see Nick ranked so high.
Yeah, we appreciate Nick. Any other questions or comments? Oh, I guess I will say, because I think we have a bit of time. So we talked during the meeting, and the people who got their scoring in early obviously didn't account for it, but there was some discussion about, when you rank these projects, a project like the Provo River, and you can see it did rank lowest, but it's a worthy project and people wanted to see it rank out higher, and it still got funded, so maybe that's not necessary, but we did talk about trying to think of the projects as, okay, well, this is the total score based on what it's even sorry, I'm losing the words, but what the total score, possible score could even be, right? Because the Provo River deals with specific aspects, right? It deals with access and outreach, but maybe it doesn't work, it's not going to rank out high because of personnel, or I can't even remember what the other
So Trina,
fish habitat, right?
Go to snow removal. It doesn't benefit anything but access.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, the highest it could score was 10.
Yeah, so some people did that and did that in their scoring, and some people did not. And I don't know if we could, and I think some people maybe didn't understand that from the discussion, or because I can't remember who all was there during that part of the discussion, but it just made me think that we should probably talk about that in January, maybe before our March meeting, if that's how we wanted to approach it in the future. And I'm totally fine with doing that, or even just talking about, like, I added that column in of, these are the kinds of projects we should be ranking, check mark that, and then if there's the tie, or if two projects come in close but everyone thinks this is the kind of project we should be funding, even though maybe it doesn't rank out high enough because it doesn't meet access or whatever. I don't, so maybe we can talk about that in the January meeting, because I don't, some people got their scores in ahead of time. Some people maybe weren't on the meeting at that point still, and then some people maybe didn't understand what we were trying to do with that. But because I know, Mickey, you did it for sure, and you were a big supporter. Do you want to, advocate for that a little bit, and maybe just describe what, I don't know, help me describe what.
As you're scoring it, part of it is fishing, its structure, the family experience. There was a lot of different scores, but the only score that could get, all those would be 0. The only one is access. So the highest possible points that could score was tiny. It was 10 out of 45 points possible.
I've been somewhat critical on the scoring too, because of the very same reason. You could have a $10,000 project that had all the benefits of the world, and it could never get funded in this system. And I'd suggest that there ought to be an option that projects that would have I'm going to call it a binary score, yes, no. And that way, if the collective group has a collective yes or a collective no, it is either funded or not funded on the basis of a binary decision, a vote. Because we can delude ourselves thinking that this scoring mechanism has some element of fidelity. And I don't think it does. I think there's certainly, on certain projects, it makes a lot of sense. But on other projects, in my judgment, it makes no sense. And we need a different approach to things. There was one project that for training staff. You could argue, well, that has motherhood and apple pie benefits for everything. But on a scoring basis, training staff doesn't produce any fish. It doesn't improve access, but yet it could be very important to allocate funds for that kind of a purpose. And while snow removal I'm just picking on, it's a good example. It should be a yes or no kind of thing. And that yes or no could be biased. If you have a $100,000 project, you might not look so favorably on a yes or no. But on the flip side, if it's a $10,000, it's a minuscule fraction.
Yeah, but don't you think that they're all good projects? So I think that everyone could score a yes, but I think if it were done as a percentage, 10 is the highest, 10 is going to be 100% on this score, and 45 is 100% on this score.
Well, I didn't maybe express it. I would separate projects, the ones that could be reasonably scored on the criteria, leave them in that category. But maybe there's 2 or 3 other projects that have only a binary decision, yes, no, like snow removal, like staff improvement, and maybe there's been others. But I think we delude ourselves by throwing them all into the scoring approach, where some of them don't belong in that at all, because they're number one, I think they ought to be funded out of base budgetary stuff. But if the Blue Ribbon's going to allocate time and discussion points on it, then we need to separate those out that can't possibly score high by the nature of the project.
I do think that the suggestion this March, right, and so this is what we ended up adding, right? So I guess for, Jim, I guess you were there, right, at the March meeting, but just for your benefit, right? So to what degree does this project enhance fish habitat, angler access? We talk about just staffing needs, and then high likelihood of success, because it's a huge bummer to like fund a project and then, like the permitting wasn't done or something like that, and they can't spend the money because of that. So, you can imagine that something like the Provo River that's talking about outreach and access, just informing people, well, it doesn't contribute to staffing needs. It doesn't contribute to fish habitat. So the total score is, it doesn't mean that much if, you can only score a total, if that particular project can only score half as much as something else, right? So we needed to account for that. So that's what we were trying to do there. And I like the idea. I think it's a good path forward. But I also like your idea of a binary. And so maybe we can change this column. This was kind of that, just the emphasis, right? It's like putting a couple of exclamation points on a project, like this is what we should be funding, or this is not what we should be funding. And this could be a 1 to 10 rating, or it could be a binary, a yes or no. But just those two things together, if everyone understands what we're trying to do, I think that could make it just a better overall process. So we'll definitely keep the total possible score given the goals of the project, right? And so that's like, we'll talk about it as a percentage of what you could even score. So I guess I just asked, do we want this other column in here? The other column is kind of helpful for me to understand what everyone really feels about it. So I would like to see it, but it doesn't have to necessarily look like that.
What does that say? What is the last column? Can you read that?
It's just a 1 to 10 rating for Blue Ribbon applicability. And so the idea would be like a 1 just means that you as a council member, Blue Ribbon doesn't need to be funding this type of project. I doubt we'll see a bunch of 1s, but there could be, right? But a 10 would be, we should absolutely fund this project. So it's kind of just your opinion, take away the criteria that you're given, but I really like this project. I think it's a Blue Ribbon project all around, or, I don't think Blue Ribbon should be funding this type of thing, or somewhere in between.
I wasn't here for that meeting, but it would appear to me that that the idea of giving, I'm going to call it the column N being the warm fuzzy column. That's very close to me. I think you can come back, take that. Well, I don't know. We could maybe discuss this later. It's a suggestion. I think there's redundancy to the idea of a warm fuzzy column versus a binary. Clearly separating projects that no possibility can they score other than in one category, okay? If they're staff development, there's only one score they can get. If they're access only, it's only one score. And keep those separate. And then just let the committee decide on a voting process. That becomes the decision, is it a 1 or a 10?
Okay, I will take all this back and we'll just talk about it again in January, but I'll have, I'll have a spreadsheet of the set criteria and we can just finalize it, just taking into account everything we talked about. I'll just work on something and I think we can wait till January though to finalize.
Maybe something to add to your notes there. Maybe instead of trying to decide if it's binary or a percentage, like Mickey's saying, maybe we'd say, here's the score in, the total, given the goals of the project. And then maybe we rewrite the bylaws or whatever to say, or by the majority of council vote, right? It meets the criteria, or we vote as a group.
You still get to do a thumbs up, thumbs down on it. Go ahead. Don't we still do a thumbs up, thumbs down on it, no matter what?
Actually, we did that on one bite.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah.
But the Browns Park, that, I mean, because when we left the meeting, I thought half the Browns Park was something reasonable that we thought we were gonna do, and the other part.
Sorry to interrupt, but please use your microphone.
Sorry, I thought the Browns Park was that way, that we thought one was, half of that with the, I think it was the boat ramp was fine, and the other one, which was, yeah, the other part, where he just wanted us to do work on his property, we pretty much, that kind of got voted down right here.
Yeah, that did. So that was kind of a thumbs up, thumbs down on that one, right? If there's some glaring sort of, no, this is not what we should be spending our money on unless he's going to give a little. So yeah, there's a little bit of that. But yeah, let's talk about that in January and finalize that before our March meeting so everyone's all on the same page going forward this year. And maybe we have a better way to move forward. Do we have to revise the bylaws?
I don't know what the process is.
I'll have to look into that. So we might need to, and that's fine. Right. Okay, any other questions or thoughts on that? Okay, is it just?
The next one.
Oh, volunteer opportunities, huh?
Volunteers, yeah.
Yeah, so we kind of already talked a little bit about this, right? I brought up the spreadsheet previously, but I did want to remind everyone this is on the site. There are still a couple of opportunities. I've got the rows that are hidden, those are just in the past now. So these are all just current and future opportunities. So again, Bear Lake, Emily's going to be out the end of July and also again in October. But then also we've got some work on Jordanelle, Boulder Mountains, Manning Meadow, Strawberry, Flaming Gorge. So yeah, and then of course the Soapstone project. And then there's also the non-blue ribbon over here. So just if the region needs a little bit of help, they just have them throw that on there. And yeah, so this is a good resource. The contact email address is there. To go ahead and reach out. Feel free to just do so and try and take advantage. It's always fun to get out in the field with these guys, and they appreciate the help. And always, I think they definitely appreciate seeing the Blue Ribbon Council out there for sure. Any questions about that? Okay, I'm gonna close some stuff down here. And I think the only other thing I've been wanting to talk to you guys about our Kokanee strategy, because it's actually pretty darn close to being wrapped up. I just have a few last things to finish up, and so I thought, a lot of our Kokanee waters are blue ribbon, and so you guys might be interested in it. So let me get to this presentation. Go away. Okay, so when I first started in my position, it's been a little while, but there had been a Kokanee group put together, a planning committee, just to try to figure out how to proceed with Kokanee. There's been a lot of changes in the just recently, and so we picked it up, and it's been ongoing, and it's kind of been a struggle, but we're pretty close to wrapping this thing up, and so wanted to give you some background on Kokanee in the state, some of the goals that we were looking to accomplish, the planning efforts that this team went through, and then the final strategies, just thinking that it would be interesting for you guys. So Kokanee is a unique opportunity for Utah anglers. It's really important, really important. They've been gaining in popularity, right? So we used to see about 10% of our anglers target Kokanee. Now it's up to closer to 16%, and we saw it as a top 4 in the last economic study, if you remember that. We originally, first stocking recorded that I'm aware of in Utah was at a Bear Lake in 1922. That obviously didn't take. They went into Strawberry in 1937, and then a lot of other different waters. We were really good about putting salmonids in a bunch of different places around the state and just seeing what would take. So yeah, they're currently found in 15 waters in Utah, and we stock them into 9. And so this is the list. Moon Lake is actually a Kokanee water, but they're tiny and no one fishes there, and at least not for those fish, and there's not an improved boat ramp, so didn't include that. There might be a few others around the state, but this is our list. You can see there are some, what do we have, like 7 blue ribbon waters that have Kokanee, and then I've included the management concept because I'll get into that a little bit later. I did want to mention them now though. So a forage water is just where Kokanee are stocked there, or maybe we originally stocked there, they're naturally reproducing, but they're really meant to feed another fish population. An opportunity water is somewhere where we expect maybe faster fishing, but you don't expect the fish to get as big, right? It goes back to that trade-off that Nick was talking about between big fish and a lot of fish. WW is watchable wildlife, so we might have an outreach event there during the Kokanee spawn, or like a boardwalk or something like that. Brood is right now Flaming Gorge, Strawberry, and it's actually still at Fish Lake, but I've got it here as Mill Meadow because we are working on moving that to Mill Meadow, and I'll get to that in a minute. And then of course, equality, you expect larger fish. Maybe it's not as fast a fishing, although of course sometimes it can be, but that's where you'll find the nice big quality fish. So in our goal for getting together as a group, we went from stocking 2 waters to 9, and there was actually more at one time, and we were trying to, especially in the northern region, trying to get a naturally recruiting population going oftentimes. But in addition to increasing our numbers, increasing the number of waters, we also are seeing greater uncertainty in our Kokanee runs and just the ability to get fish. So this group was put together to ensure an equitable, prioritized, and efficient distribution of stock Kokanee across the state, better understand our Kokanee habitat requirements, specifically at each water, and where we can improve those conditions, so enhance spawning and recruitment and survival. And then also we need to better understand our Kokanee anglers and just kind of develop a baseline data of what is their level of knowledge of our Kokanee management, what are their preferences, expectations, and then of course, are they satisfied with their Kokanee fishing? So specific things that we discussed and that I'll follow up on here with the different planning efforts is just that management concept, and then developing monitoring metrics by water. And so how do you identify your Kokanee stocking, whether or not it's a success? And that's by those monitoring metrics. So that was a big effort to identify what those were. We finalized our annual stocking goal and the stocking rates at each water. We talked about future needs, including were there any need for new Kokanee waters, and if so, we put together some criteria. So these new waters would have to score a certain level and be kind of voted on by this Kokanee team. potential for a third brood, including a captive brood, and then how to distribute shortages, which is unfortunately more and more the norm. And then, you never know. There might be some excesses. So we talked about how do we distribute excesses, and then messaging to the public just to let folks know what we're trying to accomplish, and all of the things that go into providing a kokanee fishery. So final strategies here, I'm just gonna jump right into results and kind of the results of all of these discussions. So the management concepts and the metrics is the big table, but really the point, I just wanted to show that there was a lot of thought and effort that went into talking about, okay, what kinds of things do we need to see at our opportunity waters where you expect faster fishing? You're gonna expect a higher catch rate, whether that's in curtain netting, trawl, or your creel, just depends on how we monitor those water bodies is which metric you're going to use there. You expect a lower catch rate at a quality water. This proportional stock distribution, it's just the size distribution of your population. So at an opportunity water, of course, you don't expect as big a fish, so it's going to be lower numbers there, and that's going to be okay, right? So these are just the ranges where, depending on how you're monitoring the fishery and what the metrics are that you're seeing, these are the ranges that are acceptable. And then biologists have been instructed, they go back to the stocking strategy, which is a statewide strategy where we looked at our rainbow stocking, all of the stocking that we do, and identified what the range or what the stocking goals are. So if they're not meeting metrics, then you go to back to the stocking strategy and say, okay, how do we tweak it? What's acceptable? And how long do we have to make these changes and that sort of thing. So it's a way to kind of make sure we're doing things as efficiently as we possibly can, and also acknowledging that there are different needs and different goals for the water bodies. Yes.
Is there a reason why you don't have memorable or trophy management objectives?
Yeah, so these are, they are from world record fish numbers. That's how you kind of develop those values, and we don't really have those for the kokanee populations I think they're just a lot bigger in other parts of the world, so we just don't have. So that's good enough, right? Opportunity quality.
Just as somebody that has studied that in the past, I just look at that and I'm like, okay, you got 3. Yeah. Where are the others? And so that perfect explanation. We just don't grow them as big as proportionally to the world record.
Yeah, there is an effort in Idaho. Quist is undertaking an effort to try and revisit those for inland waters where fish maybe don't get as big. I don't know if you saw that at AFS. It's like, oh, we need that because, like a trophy for us, it's like a big fish, but you go to, a largemouth, right? Like we're never going to grow a true trophy largemouth, but we can grow them big, but, you just don't have the growing season. So kind of a similar case there. We finalized our statewide stocking quotas at 2.3 million early run eggs. Those are predominantly from Flaming Gorge and Strawberry, and then 1.3 million late run eggs, and those will be from Flaming Gorge and from Fish Lake, and in the future Mill Meadow. We just kind of identified the stocking rates. You see a lot lower at places like Strawberry and Flaming Gorge, just because they're much larger waters. It's virtually impossible to stock enough to get up to like 1 pound per acre, but at the same time too, if you got good fishing somewhere, then maybe those lower values that's just fine. So this is kind of the range, the accepted range of pounds per acre stocking rate, and people should, if there are any new kokanee waters in the future, they should look to a similar sized water body to start with for their stocking. For stocking new kokanee waters, we did, just in talking with the biologists, there really aren't any new potential kokanee waters out there at this time, right? So, but we did go through the criteria review and development just in case, because you never know. And it is like, it's a scoring thing, right? So each of these is worth 10 points, 40 points total. Does the water body have the habitat required for consistent natural recruitment? Does it have adequate habitat throughout the summer, right? These kokanee are gonna be found below the thermocline. They need oxygenated water below the thermocline. Not all of our reservoirs have that. So, that's obviously extremely important. Is there a documented need for a kokanee fishery? And by that, I just mean we're more likely to, if there's a water body that's maybe further away from any other kokanee waters, right? Like, we're trying to spread them out across the state, give people opportunity closer to, where they live. People don't want to travel too much further than 100 miles outside of their home range, right? So is there a documented need in terms of the angler need? Also, does the water body have a boat ramp? That's going to be important. And then, is it productive enough? Because these fish rely on large zooplankton. We did a third brood assessment as well, and we've already been using Fish Lake, I think, and Nick, I could be wrong about 2021. I didn't have time to go and look and see the exact date, but it's a recent addition, right? So originally it was just strawberry. Flaming Gorge was added consistently in 2012. We would go there as needed before that. But then, and we were getting eggs and fish consistently, and so we added more waters, but we've just seen, like I said, uncertainty. Like, the last 2 years at Strawberry, the runs just have not showed up. And Flaming Gorge Reservoir, the Sheep Creek run, has been the big egg take, and kind of saved our butts, because Strawberry used to be so consistent, and now it's like you almost can't even rely on that. So Fish Lake was added in 2021 kind of as an acknowledgement of that. And Fish Lake is great. Nothing bad about Fish Lake, but we're definitely feeding some lake trout. That's great. But, maybe the brood fish aren't showing up like we had anticipated because of that. So we are disease certifying Mill Meadow, and we've already stocked them 1 year, 2 years, 1 year?
I think just 1 year.
Just 1 year. I was thinking that. So maybe next year we might see some fish run in and be able to take some eggs there and make that switch. We also talked about a captive brood. That is not without its own problems, though, right? We don't have unlimited space in the hatcheries. So if we wanted to hold, because we'd have to, you hold fish for up to 3 years at least, and maybe even 4 years, and then you spawn them, right? You're not getting anything out of them until then. And so that can take up a lot of space, and we would have to remove some rainbows in the managers. It's a hard decision, right? Like, do we want to raise kokanee? Do we want to raise more rainbows? And rainbows still kind of our bread and butter, and so folks are hesitant to make that switch, and I definitely understand that. Hopeful that maybe with LOA coming online, maybe we'll have a little more flexibility, but the flip side of that is, they, as an adult fish, or having those adult fish in a hatchery as a brood, they produce more nutrients, actually, and a lot of the hatcheries that could sustain the kokanee, like just Camus, what's the other one? Midway? There was one other one that they talked about. They have TMDLs, total maximum daily load issues, right? So they have high nutrients in those areas, and so we really have to make sure we're not increasing nutrient output. So I don't know. It's just been a struggle. So we haven't gone that direction. Instead, we're going to try Mill Meadow and try three wild broods and hope for the best. We talked about how to distribute shortages and excesses. So if we're short on our quota, which I don't think we have been in the last couple of years, just by the skin of our teeth. It's been amazing to see Flaming Gorge producing. But we have, like, in the last 10 years, there have been a couple of years where we've been short. So if it's less than 10%, every water is going to get an equal cut. If it's greater than 10%, then the brood waters will be cut by 10%, and the remaining fish are just distributed to the regions, just based on a percentage of their overall quota. So they'll just distribute their fish as they see fit, basically to the highest priority. Same thing with excesses, just send the fish to the waters, distribute the fish to the regions based on their quota percentage, and then they can stock in the most critical need water. And then it is nice to be able to send fish to other states because we do receive fish from other states, right? We'll get tiger muskie, or we used to get tiger muskie before. We've gotten kokanee, we've gotten grayling, and it's nice to be able to reciprocate that. Research needs has kind of changed quite a bit. At first, we wanted to do like a whole fish production model. Can we increase predictability? Can we, talk about if we stock this many fish in this year, in 3 years, we're going to have this amazing run and it's amazing, fishing that summer, or maybe it's not going to be as good, but our biometrician took a look at the data, and there was no ability to predict. So we're just going to use those monitoring metrics to evaluate our success at each water body. We did look at genetics, though. So we were worried that because we're having to go so much longer into the spawn, and just taking all the fish that we can, even into like October, we were worried that we were driving the runs to later and later. But just looking at a random sample of fish from the early run, the late run, and in between, they are still distinct. So we are not yet, we'll do that every so often, but we're not yet driving those fish one way or the other. And then we talked about wanting to understand our kokanee anglers better. Who are our kokanee anglers? How satisfied are they? Why are they satisfied? What are we doing right? Or what do we need to improve? Who are the potential kokanee anglers? And, what do they need from us to help them convert to fishing for kokanee more regularly? And we did do a recent survey through social media, and I have a ton of results on that. I'm just going to throw this one up just in case anyone's interested. So tried and true and potential, that's kind of how we split them out. And as you can probably guess, most people are going to Strawberry Reservoir, Flaming Gorge Reservoir, and even now Jordanelle, though. So there's a lot of opportunity to send people to other water bodies. We learned a lot from that survey, and if anyone's interested, I can send you that, or we could talk about that in another meeting. So that was kind of trying to develop a baseline. They did a curl survey at Fish Lake and specifically had some kokanee questions in there. So we'll just keep learning over the next few years and just try and target our messaging better and help people find those opportunities. One of those, the messaging things we did talk about is just communicating the cyclical nature of kokanee. 'Cause sometimes we'll have this amazing year followed by a terrible fishing year, and people, the kokanee are gone, but they might show up in the run, or vice versa, right? And so they just are a weird species, and there's no predictability. And talking with Alan and all these guys who manage kokanee, there's just no predictability. But so maybe we just need to be a little bit more nimble, like in terms of, trying to send people to water bodies, and maybe it's a little bit more last minute, right? If Flaming Gorge is fishing amazing, let's send them there. If Strawberry's a down year, let's not send them there, that kind of thing. We're not going to be able to know that ahead of time, even with the best modeling available. But yeah, so managing expectations a little bit, right? And just trying to help anglers understand that it's not as easy as rainbow trout. We'll continue to assess that need or ability to hold a captive brood on a year-to-year basis, just as things change. There may be a point in time where it just makes sense. We'll continue to distribute our produced kokanee according to how we laid it out here. I think it's a good strategy moving forward. I think it's pretty equitable, and I think it's also efficient. We'll continue to pursue Mill Meadow as a third brood and assess how that goes. I hope that it works out. I don't know where we're going to go if it doesn't. So, and again, monitoring fisheries annually, evaluating stocking rates annually. And then my supervisor suggested that there's so many things happening with kokanee right now, just so many changes in their environment that we should probably revisit this plan in a couple of years. But it was a pretty big effort. I just need to kind of put the finishing touches on it and get it out the door July 1, and it'll be finished. So again, just temporarily, 2 years, but I think it was a good effort. We had a lot of good discussion. Nick was part of that, and I don't know if you have anything to add to it, or thank goodness it's gone.
Just that Trina did an awesome job with it. It was a big undertaking, and you kind of came into it midway through and were able to get everybody on board and working.
Herding cats.
Yeah.
Herding cats for sure.
No, it was needed, and yeah, you did a good job.
Yeah, it just took a really long time, but no, I think it's a good effort. Yeah, are there any questions?
Hey, Trina.
Yes.
So I kind of want to echo Nick's comments. Taylor had lots of great feedback and was really impressed with the process.
Good.
And kind of those potential waters, I think you and I have talked a little bit about Rockport. I received some money this year for this upcoming fiscal year to do some work on the river below Echo as a trial run to maybe doing some structures to hold kokanee in the fall during the spawn. So I'll kind of keep everybody appraised on how that works and if that's truly going to be successful or not. But I may come back looking for some, I don't know, maybe some potential money there to make some improvements. Because as you noted, it's one of those things, we need to have the habitat there, either for both for them to spawn and to survive. And some of these reservoirs are pretty small. They're not a Flaming Gorge. They're not a strawberry reservoir with, hundreds of thousands of acre feet of water. Some of them are pretty small. And we get water low enough that we start seeing summer kills because we don't have the volume. And we have a large amount of that hot water mixing from the surface down far enough that it almost eliminates the thermocline. So the group did a great job on going through this management plan and listing out some of the struggles and some of the issues that now we can kind of focus on as biologists and see if there's ways to make improvements and maybe add another body of water or two. But thanks for all your hard work.
Yeah, thank you. Cool. Great. I think that's, except for the vote.
Okay.
The chair.
Well, Dean just stepped out for a second, but I'm sure I'll be back here really quick. The last few items of business is voting for a new chair. And if anybody has any nominations, I've heard of one, and that's Ryan. And Ryan, are you willing? Before we even consider you?
Well, does anybody else want to be nominated?
Well, I mean, we'll open that up, but.
Oh, am I willing? Yes.
Yeah. So, no, that wasn't the vote.
Oh, done deal.
That was just first to see if you were willing. Okay. But does anybody have other nominations they want to put forward? Okay.
Pretty much crickets.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I don't know what Dean would say, but
We can wait for him.
yeah. So the other thing we need to think about then, assuming the vote goes Ryan's way, we should vote for a vice chair as well. We haven't really had one, and I haven't been absent in any meetings, but occasionally that comes up, and you need someone else to kind of just fill that in. But we also need someone to fill the role of the outreach. What's the committee? Yeah, outreach committee chairman as well. And so, does anybody have any interest in that? That's setting up the seminars that we, the Kokanee, any kind of the educational seminars. But
it's really just kind of helping make sure Blue Ribbon perspective is present at those, right? The regions, it's always in conjunction with the region. So it's not like you'd have to do the whole thing. It's really like working with the outreach and the biologists to make sure, okay, where do we want to have a seminar this year? What, species or what location, and just kind of pushing that idea, I guess, more so than anything, and like little things that come up, right? It's not.
Yeah, the ones we've done in the southern region, and I'm guessing it's the same elsewhere, we have an outreach staff that are experienced in the logistics of doing the event. And so it's more kind of the 30,000 foot, just kind of
Yeah,
being
it's-
involved. Yeah, you don't have to really spend a ton of time and do all the logistical stuff. We can do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so don't be scared.
Yep. Well, Dean, while you were gone, we were discussing nominations.
And you were nominated for outreach chair. I'm just kidding you, but you can take it if you want.
So what we were discussing first is a replacement for the chair for Blue Ribbon Council, and Ryan has been nominated as an individual to fill that role. And we haven't taken a vote because you were gone.
Can I second the nomination? Has that already been done?
Well, so do we go through Robert's rules on this one too? Okay. So first of all, I guess, can I make that nomination? Okay. I'll make the nomination that Ryan be the new chair for Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council. Now you can do your.
Or I second the nomination.
Okay. Any discussion? All right, we'll take.
Discuss.
All those in favor of Ryan being the new chair for Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right. That passes. So, and again, as we mentioned, a vice chair and an outreach individual as well, committee chair. Do we have any nominations for a vice chair?
Can I appoint that?
I think you should definitely be able to nominate. I don't know if you can truly appoint, but you should definitely nominate.
We'll entertain nominations first.
Just
nominate Larry, vice chair.
Any other suggestions? Okay, so we'll take that as a formal, I can't even think.
Motion,
Yeah. So, all those, I need a second, actually. Okay.
Second.
All right. We got a second. So all those in favor of Laren serving as the vice chair?
So let's have a point of discussion. Is that something you want to do or willing to do?
Oh, yeah, I didn't ask you that same question.
He had his chance, I think, to say no.
Yeah, I can do that. I don't know exactly what I'm doing, but we'll figure
It's
it out.
better
as we
to
go.
not know. No, you're so just like what Russ is doing, leading the meeting, right? So Ryan will take that over. But if he's unable to attend, we'll just have to work that out. So you would run the meeting, but don't worry, it's not.
Just run through the agenda and.
Yeah,
that's all good.
yeah. So we would just talk ahead of time about the agenda and what we got going on. So that's all.
All those in favor of Laren serving as vice chair? Aye. Okay. I didn't hear Rebecca. She might be dealing with the kid. So, all right. So outreach. Do you want to, if someone's here willing to do that, this one's a little easier. Someone can volunteer for that. If they are interested in kind of just being that person that kind of works with the division on a lot of this stuff, a lot of this outreach. Any interest in that?
This is Becca chiming in. Sorry, you are right. I was dealing with a toddler for just a quick second. I'm so sorry. I'm here to chime in.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I thought you were volunteering for the outreach.
I'll do that too. It's not a problem.
So Rebecca's willing.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah.
All those in
Yeah,
favor?
I'm
Yeah.
more than happy to.
Great.
This is, yeah, and we really don't need to, I mean, this is kind of how it happened last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't really do
Just call it-
Robert's rules on that
Okay.
one. So everybody okay with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, I just want to thank Trina. I want to thank Randy And especially need to thank Clint as well for the support over the past 6 years. It's gone really quick, and it's been a lot of fun. It's been fun to interact with the division and interact with a lot of people on the council, both past and present. So I do appreciate you all and working with you and your opinions and thoughts, and it's been really great. So I'm sad it's done, but yeah, I just appreciate all the support. And anyway, so do we have anybody that is willing to make a motion to dismiss us?
Thank you, Russ. I vote that we adjourn the meeting. Gonna miss you, buddy.
All right, thank you. Okay, meeting's adjourned.